Ladies and gents, good morning and welcome to day 4 of this planning inquiry. I'm very pleased to see that toaster time has caught up with my watch, which means that I was almost caught out by the clock saying past and thinking I still had a few minutes to go. But no, here we are. Remind everybody of mobile phones being switched to silent, please. Is silent, please. And a reminder that there's no fire alarm tests on Friday. So if it goes up, it's the real thing. And we meet in the mount outside. I've often thought about whether we meet at the top of the mount, which would be quite a challenge. I presume at the foot of the mount on the outside. Just a couple of issues from me, just as a kind of catch up. The first being where we're at. We've successfully got through the evidence on landscape matters and the evidence from CLAG, and we're moving into our last 2 witnesses today. And I've confirmed that we're looking to complete with both of those witnesses today, and that is the planning witness for the council and the planning witness for the appellant. I had a look overnight at the itinerary for the site visit. And it struck me that there's 2 approaches, and I thought we might fix them now so that if we needed to let Mr. Ferber and Mr. Evans know perhaps how that worked, we would be able to do that.
Yes, sir. Before we do,
Right.
that there was further correspondence last night on that.
Okay.
And it seems that you were given that prematurely. So apologies
Right.
from me for that. I got rather excited about handing you something in hard copy, perhaps a little bit too early. So Mr. Ferber has requested that there are additional viewpoints that go on there, and an update from CLAG as to some points that they wish to be included also. I don't know if that fundamentally changes the route, but it's probably best to understand those before we proceed any further.
Okay.
Yes, I've just been having a discussion with CLAG's members, and there's essentially just 2 other routes that they would like you to drive along, and it's been they've just marked it on this map, and I was about
Annotated. Okay.
yeah, I was about to send that to Mr. Ferber and Mr. Evans so that they could have a look.
That's a further driving route.
Yeah,
suggest.
no additional walking.
Okay. The reason I was going to raise it this morning was it strikes me there's 2 ways of dealing with this. One is that I have a group meeting nice and early on Monday. We do the accompanied bit and then release everyone, and then I do the unaccompanied bit, and we come back here and we start at 2. That has, I don't know if that's advantageous or disadvantageous to the other option, which is that I do the unaccompanied bit, we meet somewhere at 12, do the accompanied bit, and then meet back here at 2. And it really is dependent on kind of how the witnesses who are going to be involved in it feel, because it makes no difference to me. So I don't know what the situation is with Mr. Evans and Mr. Ferber, whether they are intend to be back here in the afternoon, in which case a later start might work well for them, or if they want to do the site visit and escape, the early start works better for them. I throw it out, give an opportunity, we can pick it up a little later in the day, but those are my 2 options. I'm entirely content to do either. So one would be probably meeting at 9:30. I think there's about an hour's worth of accompanied, and a couple of hours worth of unaccompanied. Either way, we'd end up at 2 o'clock here for everything else. Or we meet at 12 o'clock in Greatworth, do the accompanied bit after I've done the unaccompanied.
Yes, we think that Mr. Ferber would prefer to get it out of the way early, but we'll double check.
Have a chat. Let's reach a consensus between the main parties and CLAG, and I'm content to go either way on that. Just to confirm, inspectors are never entirely passive outside of the inquiry room. I have been back and driven that route north of Greatworth just to follow the HS2 works back into back in and down to Brackley. I also took the opportunity to jump out of the car and do the walk up to the solar farm that's currently just north of Brackley, just to walk along the paths either side of that. And interestingly, that opens up another view to HS2 works just to the north of it as well. So I've been doing a little bit of going around the country there, but we'll look forward to doing the completion of that on Monday. Okay, so those are my 2 bits. Anything raised its head? I think I got an email about conditions, but a hard copy one would be lovely, as I'm not.
Yes, we've got something on that for you.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was the email draft. Okay, all right, thank you. Very good. That'll give me a chance to work on something for us, for our discussion on Monday. Any other matters raised their head over last night?
So just one point to keep you in the loop. You'll recall when I was cross-examining Mr. Ward, he indicated that what he would really like would be a hedgerow boundary adjacent to his land. in
On the
northwest
inside
corner.
of his land, or the disputed element.
Yes,
Yeah.
so a similar solution as we have a little bit further down adjacent to the footland. So what we've done is we've produced a plan that would be capable of being conditioned. I've given it to Mr. Ward, and I've given it to my learned friends as well, so that they can have a look at that and provide any comments on it. I don't suggest putting it in just yet in case there's any comments that come back and that plan needs amending, but that's how we propose to deal with that issue, sir, if you think it's necessary to make this development acceptable.
Yes, leaping ahead to the conditions session, I would imagine there would therefore be a condition to say in accordance with or in align with the plan X,
Yes,
a scheme of landscaping shall be delivered, or the LEMP shall be in accordance with O plus another plan. sort of
Yes.
thing.
sir, that's it.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Richard, do you want to take us into your planning witness, please?
Thank you, sir. Just to introduce Mr. Stevens to the inquiry from section 1 of his proof. You're Gary Stevens, is that right? And you hold a BA Honours degree in countryside planning from the University of Gloucestershire and a Master of Arts degree in town and country planning and a postgraduate certificate in urban design from the University of the West of England. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
And you are a member of the Royal Town Planning Institute.
That's correct.
And in section 1.2 and 1.3, you give details of your over 26 years experience working in town planning
That's correct.
in both the public and the private sector.
Yes.
And then you explain at 1.4 how you came to be involved in this project. And you confirm importantly at 1.5 that the evidence which you prepared and provide for the appeal is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution. And I confirm, and you confirm, that the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions. Is that right?
That's correct.
And will you continue to comply with this duty in respect of your oral evidence to the inquiry today?
I will, sir.
Good. Mr. Stevens, can we first start by looking at the applicable planning policy for this case, which I don't think we have looked at yet. And the highest level policy is in the joint core strategy, which is core document 2.1. And there are two policies mentioned in the reason for refusal from the core strategy. The first is policy S10, which we will find on PDF page 59. internal page 56.
Yes, sir.
And it is the reason for refusal references only policy S10, and then letter I, criterion I. So what does that require, and how have you approached that in the context of your assessment of the development against planning policy?
Yes. So I know you're familiar with these policies from the previous bill, so I won't labour my answers to these questions. But S10I clearly states that development shall protect, conserve, enhance the natural and built environment and heritage assets in their settings. The evidence I draw upon in terms of my conclusion that there's a breach of that policy is Mr. Ferber's evidence in respect of obviously the impacts on landscape and visual effects.
So you're in effect, you're in the hands of Mr. Ferber for reaching your planning judgment on the outcome of that policy. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. Then the next policy that's mentioned is S11, which is on PDF page 61, internal page 58. And it's the second paragraph in that policy. And again, first of all, are you reliant on Mr. Ferber's advice to you in respect of the application of that policy?
Yes.
Okay. Now we know that we can note that that requires proposals to be sensitively located and designed to minimize potential adverse impacts.
That's correct.
Have you approached that policy in this case, in particular with regard to the sensitive location point?
In terms of starting obviously with the proposal maps and assessing what designations are relevant to the appeal site, and we have in this case, we have the green infrastructure corridor which runs through the middle of the appeal site. And then also in terms of looking at it's obviously in the open countryside, it's away from urban form. It's then looking at the landscape and visual aspects of the site, and there again are rely on Mr. Ferber's evidence in that respect as to whether that proposal is sensitively located.
Okay. Then in the South Northamptonshire local plan part 2, which is core document 3.1, again, 2 policies mentioned. The first being SS2, which is on PDF page 34, internal page 33. And the reason for refusal references paragraphs 1B and D. And again, are you largely reliant on Mr. Ferber's advice in reaching conclusions with regard to paragraph 1B, the requirement for integration with surroundings and distinct local character in terms of type, scale, massing, siting, form, so on and so forth?
Yes.
And then in D, incorporating suitable landscape treatment as an integral part of the planning of the development. Is that same again?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then lastly, policy EMP6. Which is on page . Internal page 67. So PDF page 68. Policy EMP 6, farm diversification, and the reason for refusal alleges a breach of paragraph 1B. Character, scale and type of proposal is compatible with its location and landscape setting. Again, do you rely on Mr. Ferber's advice in respect of that?
Yes.
Okay. So far as national planning and energy policy is concerned, have you got the planning statement of common ground, please? Core document 9.5. And paragraph 7.6 on page 10. Does that set out the national planning policy and advice that you agree is relevant?
Yes.
For the inspector's decision? And then so far as the weight to be given to the benefits of this development. First of all, in section 8, under the matters not in dispute, paragraph 8.5, the generation of renewable energy. And we can see at the end of that paragraph, substantial weight should be attached to this material consideration. That's your position, is it?
That's correct.
And then paragraph 8.6 acknowledges the benefit of a battery energy storage system. And again, at the end of that paragraph, it's agreed that significant weight should be given to that material consideration.
That's correct.
So far as site selection is concerned, is that something what is agreed is set out at paragraph 8.8 in the statement of common ground? Is that a matter, the fact that the site selection matters, is that a matter that you think weighs positively in the planning balance in favour of the appeal scheme?
No, I don't give weight to that. Clearly, the council's position is the site is not suitable for the proposed development.
Yes. Did this matter raise its head in the officer's report to committee?
I will need to go to that.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. CD 2. No, it'll be 7 point something, won't it? 7 point, thank you, 7.26. No, I don't think it. Actually, I don't think it was this time. I don't think it was a matter given weight to.
No, I think that was a previous appeal.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So then, landscape character and appearance. Obviously, the parties differ on what the impact is, so that there's no agreement as to weight on that matter. If we turn over the page to page 15, we find another section on benefits, paragraph 8.30, and 8.31 is the generation of electricity, which we've already looked at. 8.32 is the co-located battery storage, which we've already looked at. Ecological enhancements. and substantial biodiversity net gain, that's all agreed. What weight do you give to that in the planning balance, Mr. Stevens?
It's a significant weight.
Paragraph 510 in your proof. Paragraph 510.
Yeah, significant.
Significant weight.
Yeah.
And then back to the statement of common ground, economic benefits at 8.34. You give that the limited weight at paragraph 5.4 in your proof, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Then public access, the permissive access route. Paragraph 5.5 in your proof deal with that?
Yeah, limited weight. So
Limited weight to that. 8.36, the series of information boards. I think that was all wrapped up, and the education facility, I think that was all wrapped up in your proof in paragraph 5.5, wasn't it?
that's right.
Yeah. Flood risk and benefit, paragraph 8.37 in the statement of common ground. That's dealt with in the second half of paragraph 510 in your proof. Introduction of swales means to reduce the risk of flooding and improve water quality as a benefit, which attracts limited weight. Is that the position?
That's correct.
Good. And then the picnic area and outdoor classroom, 8.38 in the statement of common ground. I think that's wrapped up in the, again, in the 5.5 paragraph in your proof.
That's right.
Yeah. Good. So that then we see that what remains in dispute in the statement of common ground at section 9 is essentially the landscape and visual matters in the first bullet point of paragraph 9.1. And then the second bullet point is the loss of around 3.5 hectares of grade 3A agricultural land. Do you weigh that against the scheme in the basket of harms?
Yes.
Okay. And paragraph 5.9 in your proof, you give it limited weight. Does that remain your view?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next bullet point in the statement of common ground, whether the proposed development will result in some limited, less than substantial harm at the lower end of the scale to the heritage significance of Greatworth Conservation Area, Greatworth Manor, that needs weighing in the balance. And is that dealt with at 5.11 and 5.12 in your proof?
Yes.
And overall, you say that that attracts limited weight.
Yes.
On the negative side of the planning balance, so far as the appellant scheme is concerned. And then the last benefit, whether the identified benefits of the proposed development are sufficient to outweigh the identified harms. Having heard the evidence at the inquiry thus far, does your conclusion at paragraph 513 of your proof remain?
It does.
Okay. And then the very last now, I think we have covered everything. Yeah, Mr. Stevens, thank you very much. Please wait there. Oh, yes, did you want to add one thing?
It's just one point, sir, in relation to green infrastructure corridors. I think Mr. Ferber was asked about whether setting was relevant to green infrastructure corridors, and you may recall, sir, the question I was asked as a planning witness in the previous appeal. I think it's just worth taking up. You obviously have Mr. Ferber's answer already in your notes, but it's worth just taking up the joint course strategy and looking at the proposals map, which is, if you give me 1 second, it's right towards the back of the document. Page 336 of the PDF. So almost the very last page.
Yeah, I think Ms. Osmond-Smith's watching in hard copy, so it's still page 333.
If you're there, sir, you'll see that the the delineation of the corridor is there's a thick line, and then there's an outer line which is shaded. And looking at the key, my interpretation of that is that's to say the corridor is defined as both the thick line and the outer line, which implies there is a setting to it. And if there's any doubt on that point, so if you look at the proposals map to the Part 2 local plan, you'll see there that the line of the corridor, I don't believe this is in the core documents, because it's only the written version of the local plan that's in the core documents, but the policies map can be provided to you if that's necessary. But the policies map indicates a very broad line, which is far broader than the dismantled railway. It covers part of the appeal site. So in my view, I think the setting of the historic railway, disused railway rather, is relevant to your consideration, and I ask you to take into account.
Okay.
Put simply, if that's a point that you want to rely on, I need to see the evidence that backs it up in terms of the local plan.
Okay. Well, we'll take a view at the break as to what we want to do when I can talk to Mr. Stevens again.
Yes, after cross-exam.
Yes.
I'm just wondering whether Ms. Osmond-Smith needs to have access to, have you got access to the referenced plan?
We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Mr. Richards, thank you very much. Ms. Osmond-Smith.
Thank you very much. And we'll start, Mr. Stevens, good morning.
Good morning.
We'll start with the development plan policies that are listed in the reason for refusal. And those are, as you've been to, policy S10. And it's only one criteria of that, which is, or with which there is alleged to be a conflict.
That's correct.
Policy S11. And you've identified there, it's the second paragraph that's relevant to this scheme.
That's correct.
That's our sensitively located point, which we'll come back to in due course. And then within the Part 2 plan, there is SS2. And again, just two criteria, that's 1B and 1D.
That's correct.
And EMP6, and that's B again.
That's correct.
So on that basis, can we assume, can the inspector record that all other policies of the development plan are complied with?
That's correct.
And if the inspector wants any confirmation of that, that's at 4.27 of your proof of evidence.
That's correct.
Considered in respect of those other policies to be in accordance. So just taking your green infrastructure point shortly, and we'll see where this goes. Even if you're right that that asset has a setting, it gives rise to no conflict with the green infrastructure policies that I explored with Mr. Ferber, does it?
That's correct. The council have taken the consideration that policy is not breached.
Yeah.
But it's still a relevant consideration for you to take into account in terms of your assessment of the proposal and its sensitivity.
Well, it's a relevant consideration, a material consideration. And when we've identified those, we then have to decide whether or not they tell in favour of the scheme or against the scheme, yes?
That's correct.
And then we decide what weight we give to them.
That's correct.
And so if there is no breach of the policy in respect of green infrastructure, that is not a policy or a point which speaks against the scheme, is it?
I think the impact on the green infrastructure corridor needs to be taken into account. One has to consider then whether there's whether that harm if it relates to a breach of the policy or not. In the council's view, it doesn't relate to a breach of policy, but that doesn't mean you don't discount any harm that might be caused to the corridor.
Well, no one's saying you discount any of these factors, but if there's no breach of policy, then there's no harm to weigh in the balance, is there?
No, I don't think that's correct. I think the council's interpretation of that is that the policy isn't breached, but that doesn't necessarily mean there's no harm to the corridor.
So let's just be clear, is the policy breached or not?
It's not breached.
Right, so this scheme is in accordance with green infrastructure policy.
It's in accordance with green infrastructure policy because the policy recognises that if we get the policy up in terms of the South Northamptonshire plan.
Yeah. So we've got NE3, is that what you're looking at? Policy NE3 green infrastructure corridors. It's on page 111 of the hard copy.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And paragraph 1 says development proposals which would undermine the integrity of green infrastructure corridors would not be permitted unless the benefits of development clearly outweigh the adverse impacts. So the policy recognises that there could well be adverse impacts of development, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the policy is breached. You've got to take into account the benefits of the development. And that's what the council has done in this case, sir.
So let's just be clear, in respect of green infrastructure, there is no breach of policy.
That's correct.
And in fact, you've identified a benefit, haven't you, through what is proposed to be done in respect of that green infrastructure, opening it up for recreational benefits, etc.
There's a limited benefit attached to the scheme. That's correct.
It is nonetheless a benefit which enables this scheme to accord with green infrastructure policy. Correct?
It is, but it's not the only benefit. Clearly, the benefit of the renewable energy use needs to be taken into account as well, alongside other benefits.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you on that, Mr. Stevens, but we're focusing just on green infrastructure at the moment. And I'll put the same question to you that I put to Mr. Ferber. As the planning policy witness, where do you identify in the policies of the development plan any reference to setting of green infrastructure and a need to have regard to that?
Setting isn't referenced in the policy, sir, but I think if you read the policy, if you read the proposals map, it's clear that this is more than just development within the defined corridor, because the defined corridor itself obviously clearly includes land beyond the asset itself. So I think it's inherent, as Mr. Ferber said, that the land either side of the corridor, the asset, is relevant, and therefore any proposal which might undermine its integrity is relevant consideration for you to take into account.
Well, I can make submissions about the weight that you're seeking to put on a policies map, but the policies map is not part of the policy, is it?
It's not, but it guides the decision maker as to where the policies are relevant.
It can be a guide, but it's not the policy itself, is it?
It's not the policy itself.
No, fundamentally, we have to read the policy for the words that are set out therein.
That's correct.
And we agree there's no reference to setting in respect of any green infrastructure policy.
That's correct, but I've just given my answer on that point, sir.
Now, your case is that the landscape and visual impact here, informed by Mr. Ferber, gives rise to a conflict with the development plan and outweighs the benefits, all of those benefits associated with the scheme.
That's correct.
And that's essentially what the inspector is going to have to grapple with. Does the urgent and pressing need for renewable energy prevail, or does the harm to the landscape and visual environment for a period of 40 years?
That's correct.
So excluding landscape and visual matters, there are no other harms, are there, which alone or in combination indicate that permission should be refused?
That's correct.
Now, it's agreed between us that the weight to be given to the generation of renewable energy from this scheme is substantial. But I want to spend just a few questions, if I may, focusing on what the urgent and pressing need for renewable energy is. And I'm not going to dwell on it because we're all well aware of it in this room, but it's a driver for this scheme. And it's important that we just bring that into the inquiry in this part. The UK Parliament has declared an environmental and climate change emergency.
That's correct.
And that is because of the acknowledged consequences of the climate emergency.
That's correct.
And if we just go to the core document 1 series, we'll pick up a few references along the way. And the first is core document 1.12. Which is the energy white paper powering our net zero future. You just tell me when you have that.
It's just opening. Wait 1 second. I'm there.
What we see from this document, and if you turn within to the ministerial forward, and I won't read all of it because it will take some significant time to do so, but it essentially puts the net zero ambition and the efforts to fight climate change at the core of government policy. And it determines page 3, we've got second paragraph on the left-hand column, the way which we produce and use energy is at the heart of what the government is trying to achieve in respect of reaching net zero. Our success will result or rest on a decisive shift away from fossil fuels to using clean energy for heat and industrial processes as much as for electricity generation. You see that?
Sorry, which paragraph was that?
Left-hand column, second paragraph down.
If that's what it says, that's what it says. I don't disagree with that, sir.
Yeah, I mean, you've read all of these documents, and that presumably has informed the substantial weight that you give to it. But what we can see is, go back over to the second page. First column, bottom paragraph, the UK has set a world-leading net zero target, the first major economy to do so. But simply setting the target is not enough. We need to achieve it. Failing to act will result in natural catastrophes and changing weather patterns, as well as significant economic damage, supply chain disruption, and displacement of populations. Tackling climate change will require decisive global action and significant investment and innovation by the public and private sectors, creating whole new industries, technologies, and professions. A few points to draw out from that. First is that we are all too aware of catastrophes, natural catastrophes, extreme weather, for example, and the consequences of that, both for the natural environment, but also for the human population.
That's correct.
So we're clear from all of the documents that we have before us in respect of climate change, that there are real human and environmental consequences of failing to act.
That's correct.
But not only are there those impacts of failing to act, but the move to net zero and renewable energy as a part of it provides an opportunity, an economic opportunity for investment, job creation, lowering energy bills, that sort of thing, yes?
That's correct.
And this local authority acknowledges that. acknowledges as a climate change emergency, acknowledges that national position, and has pledged to helping tackle it.
That's correct.
And we'll think about how this local authority is doing that in due course. But this is a local authority that recognises that national drive, ambition, aim towards net zero, and the way in which the government is trying to achieve that through these documents.
That's correct.
This is a government that considers onshore wind and solar are key building blocks of the future energy generation mix.
That's correct.
Key building blocks. And I just want to explore key dates with you, because we know by 2050 we are to reach net zero.
That's correct.
So that may seem like a long way off at present, but 2050, very big challenge to reach net zero by then, yes?
That's correct.
But a slightly shorter timescale, by 2035, the government is committed to an energy system that comes entirely from low carbon and renewable sources.
That's correct.
And the government recognises that solar as a low cost and quickly deployable technology is key to meeting that ambition.
That's correct. In appropriate locations.
And it's also key to ensuring energy security for this country.
That's correct. In appropriate locations.
And as one of the cheaper technologies, wind and solar, keeping costs down essentially for the consumer.
That's correct.
The government recognises that solar farms are one of the most established renewable electricity technologies in the UK.
That's correct.
And that the current government ambition and the strive to reach net zero by 2050 requires renewable and low carbon energy infrastructure to be deployed at unprecedented scale.
That's correct.
So unprecedented scale, we are going to be seeing a lot more renewable and low carbon energy development, aren't we? That's what that means.
That's correct.
And we've heard already in the inquiry specifically for solar that the government's ambition is to increase solar deployment fivefold by 2035 from the current 14 gigawatts we have of installed capacity to 70 gigawatts.
That's correct.
And to put that into perspective, that is 2 solar farms of this size consented every week between now and 2035 to achieve that.
What's the reference for that?
It's core document 1.4b. Or do you mean the reference for the 2 solar farms?
Yes,
Each
the
week.
reference of 2 solar farms a week.
That's my maths.
Okay.
I mean, if you
can't-
have a calculator, you can do it.
I don't think that would be helpful query time. But if that's your evidence, I haven't got to dispute that statistics.
Well, we're getting from 14 gigawatts now, 2023, 2022, when the British Energy Security Strategy was set out, up to 70 gigawatts by 2035. That's an enormous challenge, isn't it?
It is. I don't know if it's 2 a week though, so I don't know.
Well, they can come in different forms. I'm not suggesting that all the schemes will be 49.9 megawatts. There are a number of solar schemes in the DCO process at the moment. But as recently as March this year, Mr. Burrell sets out in his evidence that the government has reaffirmed through the Energy Security Plan its commitment to maximise deployment of large-scale solar to meet its needs.
That's correct.
Yeah. So right up to the current time, right up to this year, the latest documents that we're receiving at a national level set out an overwhelmingly positive policy context for this type of development, don't they?
They do, but the policy context in the framework obviously is a starting point for assessment of this in terms of material considerations. And that policy is very clear.
The policy in the framework.
Yes.
Do you want to just develop that point so I can understand where you're going with it?
Well, the policies you refer to, national policies on energy, are all built up, developed in support of the framework. That the framework is the planning policy articulation of national energy policy as applied to the planning system.
Well, I'm not suggesting that we ignore national planning policy, but these documents, these high-level strategic ambitions, are relevant material considerations when considering both the need for renewable energy and the weight to be given to its benefit in the planning balance.
They are material considerations.
And we can see that those documents, some of which we've explored, there are a number of them in the core document 1 series, provide an overwhelmingly positive context for the delivery of solar development. Agreed?
They do. I think the point I'm making, sir, is that that's correct. But national government planning policy relevant to consideration of applications for solar farm is set out in the framework.
And we've all been dealing with that. And we know that what that means is essentially we need a planning balance. And for solar to be acceptable in a particular location, it has to be acceptable. Its developments have to be acceptable. Sorry, its impacts have to be acceptable. No one's disputing that, Mr. Stevens. But the planning balance involves having regard to the development plan, to national planning policy, and all other material considerations that factor into that.
Yes.
So we require an understanding of what the need for this type of development is, the urgency for it, and there is an urgency, isn't there, for renewable energy generation.
That's correct.
Development such as this, solar energy development, is acceptable in principle in the open countryside, subject to its impacts being acceptable. Agreed?
In appropriate locations, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. And the committee report, that's called document 7.26, made that clear. It's probably worth just turning that up to see the way in which the officer approached this. That's core document 7.6, EIA committee report. At paragraph 8.11. And what was said there was the NPPF is clear that even small-scale renewable projects should benefit from a presumption in favour. In this instance, the benefits of the development are sizable, renewable energy to power 12,000 homes, resulting in an annual reduction of 22,500 tonnes of CO2, equating to 9,000 tonnes of CO2 reduced weight over the lifetime of the development. This is given very significant weight. You see that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And just looking back up in this assessment, 8.9, that's where the officer started. It is evident from the above policy context that the proposed solar farm would be supported in principle, whether or not the proposal is acceptable in this particular location with regard to visual heritage, archaeological, ecological noise, flooding and highway matters is assessed individually in this report. The conclusion of these sections varies. However, the proposal has been assessed as unacceptable in terms of visual impact and proposed mitigation measures. So it's not an in principle objection to solar in this location. It's the specific impacts of this scheme with which the council, the officer and the members took issue.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, the principle is acceptable. So it's not this council's case to come along to this inquiry and say solar farms shouldn't be in the open countryside.
That's correct.
Yeah. What it is, it's about a site-specific issue that you've taken with this proposal.
That's correct.
But also key to increasing the level of energy generated from renewable means is having the means by which to store that energy which is created so it can be fed into the grid at times of peak demand, typically in the morning and the evening peaks.
That's correct.
And the government supports both battery storage to that extent, but also co-located solar and battery development.
That's correct.
Now, the British Energy Security Strategy, back to our core document 1 series. CD 1.18. Sorry, forgive me, Mr. Stevens, I've lost my reference for this one. So I'm just getting there. CD 1.18, page 19. Under the heading Solar and Other Technologies. Just tell me when you've got that.
Yes.
And we can see there, first of all, in bold is the target we've already been to, the five-fold increase in deployment by 2035. Look down to the next part where you see the first sentence in bold. We will also support solar. Do you see that?
Yes.
We will also support solar that is co-located with other functions, agriculture, onshore wind generation or storage to maximize the efficiency of land.
I see that.
You see that. And draft NPS EN1 which we have at core document 1.3b. So that's dated March 2023 of this year.
Yes.
Go in there to page 26. It's paragraph 3.3.25.
Yes.
And you'll see there the role of storage, the bold heading. And we're told that storage has a key role to play in achieving net zero and providing flexibility to the energy system so that high volumes of low carbon power, heat and transport can be integrated. Storage is needed to reduce the costs of the electricity system and increase reliability by storing surplus electricity in times of low demand to provide electricity when demand is higher. There is currently around 4 gigawatts of electricity storage operational in Great Britain, around 3 gigawatts of which is pumped hydro storage and around 1 gig of battery storage. So what we see from that is storage has a key role to play in achieving net zero.
Yes.
It will help reduce costs and increase reliability of the electricity system.
Yes.
And is therefore important to the security of the energy system.
Yes.
And the net zero strategy we have, we'll go there if we need, but that also makes clear that as we decarbonize energy systems, we have to de-risk the delivery challenge and provide flexibility in that system. And part of that flexibility is the storage of renewable energy that's generated on an intermittent basis.
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Burrell says that battery storage is an element of the scheme that attracts significant weight in its own right. And I understand from your evidence in chief that you agree that is a separate factor which is given significant weight in the planning balance.
That's correct.
So as to renewable energy, I think you said in your proof of evidence that it was very significant. The statement of common ground says substantial. I think your very significant and substantial are probably the same thing. It's at the very top of the scale.
That's correct.
And as to BMV, the loss, you say, of best and most versatile agricultural land is something that attracts limited weight in the planning balance.
That's correct.
And it's about what we've got in respect of best and most versatile agricultural land is about 3.5 hectares of the entire site.
That's correct.
That's defined as best and most versatile agricultural land. Can we just be clear in respect of this scheme, the proposals, because of the nature of them, because of the nature of having a temporary consent, means that the best and most versatile agricultural land would not be lost?
It's not lost. It's just not capable of being used for a period of 40 years. The disbenefit, if you like, is temporary in the same way as the benefits of the energy and are temporary.
So it's not capable of being used for agricultural production of crop over the lifetime of the scheme, but it is capable of being used for agriculture, isn't it? Because we're proposing to graze sheep on the solar farm.
For grazing, yes.
Yeah, so the land will still be in agricultural use.
It will be for grazing, yes.
Yeah, it's an agricultural use, isn't it?
Yes, but not a most productive use of land of such high quality.
Well, there's not going to be a loss of it. We know that, we've agreed that, and nor is there going to be a loss of agricultural use. It's going to be a different agricultural use, isn't it?
It's going to be used for grazing, which isn't the most productive use of grade 3A agricultural land.
But there's no policy that compels a farmer to use his or her land in a particular way, or for a particular productivity.
No, there's no requirement on the landowner to farm land of high quality.
No. So what we end up with is no loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, no loss of agricultural use. Your complaint is that it may not be as productive in the meantime as it could otherwise be.
Well, it won't be productively used for agriculture for a period of 40 years, and that I give limited weight as a disbenefit.
Now, in terms of planning policy, the joint core strategy that we've had a brief look at was adopted in 2014. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And that was in a very different policy context so far as firstly, the climate crisis, and secondly, the support for solar energy are concerned.
It is clearly different, but the council have reassessed its policies against the framework. They've done a regulation 10A assessment, so that isn't before you. I haven't put that before you, so I didn't think this was a matter the parent was going to raise, but the council has done a regulation 10A assessment and considers the policy is still consistent with the policies of the framework.
With respect, you're making a Mr. Ferber mistake. You're anticipating the question I'm going to ask. don't do that. Answer the question I'm asking. And if we get there, we get there. But it's not my intention to suggest that because this plan predates the framework, that its policies are out of date by way of inconsistency. What it's about is looking at the context in which those policies were adopted and understanding what it was then and what it is now. And there has been a significant change in national policy context, both in respect of the climate crisis and how we're going to achieve net zero by 2015, and also in respect of solar energy development, which is a technology that has come on leaps and bounds in very recent years.
Yes, but another point I'm making, sir, is that the national planning policy has not materially changed to the point that you could not give full weight to the development plan. There hasn't been a change in national policy in respect of energy that means that less weight should be given to the policies of the development plan.
I think and hope from what Ms. Osmond-Smith said, she isn't going to take you down a route that suggests that it's an out-of-date policy and should therefore be not disregarded, but that we should take a different route to the framework to reach a decision on this case.
That's correct. That's not the point I'm making, but we have to be aware that when this plan was adopted, and that's the joint core strategy, we were in a very different overall policy context in respect of both the climate crisis and the support for solar energy. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
And this is not a local authority which has allocated land or produced any evidence base concerning appropriate locations for solar development.
That's correct.
There are no, for example, local capacity or sensitivity studies that consider where it might be best to put development for renewable energy schemes.
The council has published evidence as part of its emerging plan that has considered that issue. I don't think that's a core document before you, sir, but the council has undertaken gathered evidence to inform its emerging plan on that issue.
I think certainly I've not seen it. It's not before the inquiry. It's not something that the council relies upon, presumably because that process is at such an early stage that it's not something that attracts any material weight in the planning balance.
No, that's correct. But in answer to your question, the council have considered that, are considering that as part of its emerging plan.
It's all very interesting, Mr. Stevens, but we're here dealing with the planning policy context we've got in this scheme now. And I want to be very clear that this is not a council that brings to this inquiry in relation to this scheme and its current plan any evidence base which indicates where renewable energy development might go. Am I right or not?
Yeah, I'm just checking that it wasn't included as a core document. I don't think it was. No, it wasn't. Sorry, sir. I think it was a core document in the previous bill. It isn't in this one. But no, in answer to your question, that's correct. There isn't any, the council hasn't allocated any sites for that and hasn't produced any evidence.
No.
It's before this inquiry that addresses the suitability of land for renewable energy.
Yeah. So while it may do in future, and that's good news if it does, the inspector can record that this is not an authority which has taken the invitation presented by paragraph 155 of the framework to identify areas which may be suitable for renewable energy.
Well, it is, but it hasn't progressed as the new plan so far enough, sir, to be able to put something tangible by way of a draft plan to forward. But it is taking the opportunity to do that, sir.
Core document 2.1 then, please. Let's go and have a look at the policies in a bit more detail. And the first is policy S10. And we'll start on page 53, which is PDF page 56. And we see that policy S10 is a policy which falls under the heading climate change and sustainable development principles.
Yes.
And the explanatory text recognizes both at 5.92 and 5.93 serious consequences that we've alighted upon, both in respect of climate change and what its effects are, both for people and the environment.
That's correct.
And at 5.101, that's the explanatory text that comes after the policy, there's a recognition that in light of the government's commitment to meet climate change targets and reduce carbon emissions, that, sorry, forgive me, I've missed a reference out. Yeah, sorry, forgive me. Yeah, the consequences we've dealt with. And then paragraph 5.101 recognizes the opportunities provided by the delivery of renewable energy, both in respect of the climate crisis, in respect of economic investment, and contributing towards energy security. So we read there the approach that the plan takes to the opportunities presented by tackling climate change.
Yes, that's correct.
There are, as you've identified in your evidence in chief, a number of criteria, and the one with which we're concerned is criteria I, protect, conserve and enhance the natural and built environment and heritage assets and their settings. There's a conflict alleged with that, but every other relevant criteria of this policy is satisfied, correct?
That's correct.
And it's right, isn't it, Mr. Stevens, that even where there is a conflict with a part of the policy, and here we have one criteria of many, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a conflict with the policy taken as a whole.
It doesn't necessarily mean that. It's a judgment for the decision maker as to whether that conflict is so significant with the one aspect of the policy that it renders it in conflict with the policy as a whole.
And likewise, a conflict with a policy of a development plan doesn't necessarily lead to a conflict with the development plan as a whole.
Not necessarily, no.
On to S11 then. And we know that it's the second paragraph that is relevant. The others don't apply to this scheme. And we've got this issue of sensitively located. And that includes a number of considerations on the choice of location.
Sorry, I can repeat that.
Yeah, sensitively located. If I put it this way, looking at whether something is sensitively located, you can take a macro approach to this. Is it sensitively located in terms of the plan area as a whole, having regard to the high level designations that I think you set out in your examination in chief?
That's correct.
And then there's a second consideration, I would suggest, that on the micro scale, is it sensitively located within the site?
Yes, that's correct.
So there are all of those considerations for the inspector to have regard to when thinking about, has this been, or is this a development which he could regard as being sensitively located? Now, as to those considerations, can we turn up the site selection report, which is core document 7.8? Is the 2 7.28s? It's the report, the site selection report and design evolution. Do you have that, Mr. Stevens?
I do.
You do. So you've read this document, have you?
Yes.
Yeah. So what that sets out essentially is what was looked at in respect of selecting a site requirement or selecting the site for the requirements of this scheme. And it begins with grid connection.
Yes.
So we can see that over 1.5 and 1.6. But what's the grid connection? It's important that solar schemes are located close to a grid connection, isn't it?
It is important, but we have seen solar farms that aren't as located close to a grid connection. But clearly, it makes it more efficient to be located next to a grid connection.
Well, there's a few things: more efficient, viable, because of course connecting into the grid at long distances is very expensive.
It makes it less viable. I don't know, it depends on the distance, obviously, how far away you are, but the more further you are away, the more it costs. But we have seen solar farms proposed that aren't as close to a grid connection as this one.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's right. I don't have the details of them, but viability, of course, without viability, a scheme isn't deliverable.
If it's not viable, it's not deliverable.
Yeah, and if it's not deliverable, you're not going to get the renewable energy benefits from it.
That's correct.
So 1.5, we can see a typical example given here that it's a £1 million per kilometre of connection to the grid. So starting point is you want to be relatively close to the grid.
You do want to be, but to keep the cost down, I agree. But it does not necessarily mean that you can't build solar farms that aren't next to a point of connection.
But you've got to have
makes it less viable.
You've got to have capacity in the grid as well. That's fundamental, isn't it?
That's correct.
And the grid is constrained.
That's correct.
And there are relatively scarce, I think is the word we've had come up in this inquiry, scarce opportunities to connect into the grid.
That's the evidence that's been put before this inquiry, yes.
Yeah, and you'll be aware that there is a huge connection queue at the moment of people that can't connect into the grid because that opportunity is so scarce.
That's the evidence that's been put to this inquiry, yes.
Yeah, and you don't dispute it.
I have no evidence to dispute it. No.
So we start with grid and we try and understand where along that grid opportunity there might be somewhere that a solar farm can be placed. Now, it is sensible, isn't it, when looking at land that might be available along a route, to exclude, first of all, those places which are covered by planning policy designations. As a starting point.
I think as a sieving exercise, yes, but you wouldn't ordinarily dismiss sites that had a designation. I mean, this site has a designation, but it's clearly been taken forward. So I think you'd have to have regard to, I don't think you would automatically dismiss sites with a designation. You just have to consider the sensitivity of it in more detail.
Well, it's in the context of sensitively siting. So you've got a scheme and you're thinking, okay, well, I've got a connection and it's along this particular corridor. And we can see that corridor because it's set out in the report. It's the plan at the back of that report. This is the area that we're going to look along because that's where we can get a grid connection. Where should we look first? You are not going to go, first of all, to places that are covered with a planning policy designation. They're not going to be top of your list, are they?
Well, they're going to be more sensitive, clearly, but I'm not. I think I'm saying I'm not. I don't think you would automatically dismiss those sites because they have a designation. This site has a designation, as I said, and hasn't been dismissed. I don't think you would automatically dismiss them.
Is the designation? Sorry, forgive me, Karen.
But clearly, if you've got land that has a designation, then you need to investigate that designation further to understand what is that an absolute constraint on this site.
When you refer to the designation here, and thank you, that's, I think we're at one on that. When you refer to the designation on this site, you're talking about, first of all, open countryside, and secondly, green infrastructure.
Those are the two policy designations, yeah.
Yeah, so as for open countryside, we've already agreed that solar farm in principle can be located there. So that's not something that would exclude consideration of this site, is it?
From that initial exercise, civic exercise, no.
No. And as for green infrastructure, we agree there's no policy conflict between this site and the green infrastructure and what's proposed for it.
That's correct, yeah.
Right, so that doesn't rule it out either in terms of sensitive location, does it?
It doesn't, but the question to me was about policy designations and whether they would automatically dismiss sites because they've got a policy designation at stage one. And for the reasons you just given me, I say you wouldn't, because you'd look at more detail.
But okay, can we agree this at least, that designations provide the starting point for understanding where a development might be sensitively located?
It's a starting point, yeah.
Yeah. And then you find a site, and here we had two candidate sites, one of which was in the SLA and one which wasn't.
Sorry, which part are you referring to now?
Within this document, when it talks about the design evolution, you see over at 1.12,
yes.
Yeah, pre-application. Two candidate sites with strong technical credentials, but the option to the west of the selected site was ruled out on the basis of planning policy constraints and its proximity to Marston St. Lawrence. So that's in the SLA, isn't it?
On the basis of what that says, I'm assuming it is, yeah.
Yeah. So we're staying out of the SLA. We're bringing forward the site that's not covered by that designation. That is an example, may not be sufficient in your evidence, but it is an example of sensitive site location, isn't it? Yes or no?
Yes, and it's an example of locating it in a location which is less sensitive.
And then, of course, we read on within this report, and I think we've heard some of the chronology that at first a larger scheme was proposed in conjunction with the grid connection opportunity we have on the appeal site.
The scheme has been revised down, yes.
Yeah. So we started with a larger scheme. We can see the original proposal set out from 1.14. And that was revised down essentially to the scheme that we have in front of the inspector today.
Yes.
Yeah, taking out the field to the north of Halse and everything below the 140-metre contour line.
Yes.
So that's, we've dealt with the macro. That's an example of micro consideration when sensitively locating the development within this area.
It's an example of how the applicant has sought to reduce the impact of the scheme to make it more sensitively located. Yes.
Yeah. And then within the site, in terms of sensitive location, we have the green infrastructure corridor. Obviously, no development is proposed over that. That would undoubtedly raise some eyebrows and give rise to a policy objection. But it's been cited so that that green infrastructure asset can be respected and enhanced.
That's correct. I mean, well, save for I think there is an access track shown across the corridor.
But no harm is alleged as a result of that.
No, there isn't, but just to be clear, there is development in the corridor.
There is, of course, the footpaths are going to be respected as a physical resource. They're not going to be harmed.
In terms of the physical extent of them, yes, that's correct.
There is an area of archaeological sensitivity that's been excluded from the scheme.
Insofar as, which area is that, sorry?
Do you have the landscape and layout plan?
Yes.
Do you see fill 10?
Yes.
Yeah, and you'll see the brown hatching at the southern end of field 10.
Yes.
So just have a look at the key, you'll see what that relates to, and it's a zone of archaeological sensitivity.
Yeah, that's correct. Sir.
Yeah. So at a site level, we've avoided development on the green infrastructure corridor, we've avoided development on the zone of archaeological sensitivity, avoided physically impinging on the footpaths, and development has been brought to within the 140-metre contour.
That's correct.
Yeah. So all of those evidence of sensitively locating the development within the site.
Yes, as I say, there are examples of where the appellant has sought to sensitively locate the development within the area, but obviously the council's position are not sufficient.
So back to the policy then on page 58 of the joint core strategy. We've dealt with sensitively locating the proposals. And then we have designed to minimize potential adverse impacts on people, the natural environment, biodiversity, historic assets, and mitigation of pollution. Now, what that policy says is minimize potential adverse impacts. It doesn't require that all adverse impacts are avoided altogether.
That's correct.
And there's a distinction drawn with wind energy there within that same paragraph, which is reflective of national policy on that type of technology.
That's correct.
Which does hold it to a higher standard. But certainly a scheme that after mitigation still has some residual adverse impacts shouldn't necessarily be taken to conflict with this policy, should it?
No, not necessarily. It would depend on the extent, obviously, those impacts.
Yeah. And there's disagreement, of course, on the extent of those impacts, but we pick up, of course, in respect of biodiversity, that there are no adverse impacts. There's going to be a serious net gain for biodiversity, and that's agreed between us.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the local plan then and policy SS2. Page 33. Again, a multifaceted policy and just two criteria you say are conflicted with, both arising from the landscape and visual impact of the scheme.
That's correct.
And it is of note that this is a policy not specifically aimed at renewable energy technology. It applies to all development.
That's correct.
So we have to understand it in that context. And again, it's a policy that doesn't require all harm is avoided.
Yeah, that's correct.
So again, a scheme which after mitigation still gave rise to some residual harm wouldn't necessarily be in conflict with this policy.
No.
And finally, EMP6, which is on page 67 of the document. And the issue taken with this one is as to criteria B, which again is the landscape and visual issue.
That's correct.
So accepted that this policy applies, that this is an example of existing farm diversification.
That's correct.
And no issue taken with point A that the proposal would not prejudice the continued viable operation of the existing use.
That's correct.
Okay. Want to just explore the benefits of the scheme now and where the differences between you and Mr. Burrell are. And I went down the list at his page 44 of his proof and put ticks and crosses next to them. If you want to have that out, Mr. Burrell's proof of evidence, it's page 44. As a little tick sheet.
I'm there. Yeah.
So first of all, we're going to go back to grid just and pick up some references on that. And the first place I want to go is EN3, which is core document 1.4b. The latest EN3, yes. And within that, so it's core document 1.4b. And it's 3.10.9. On page 83.
I'm there. Yeah.
And what the heading for this is applicant assessment factors, including site selection and design. And it sets out, we read at 3.10.9, the key considerations involved in the siting of a solar farm are likely to be influenced by factors set out in the following paragraphs. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then turn on within that to 3.10.34. And we see there that applicants should consider important issues relating to network connection at section 4.10 of EM1 and EM5. 3.10.35, many solar farms are connected into the local distribution network. The capacity of the local grid network to accept the likely output from a proposed solar farm is critical to the technical and commercial feasibility of a development proposal. And then down to 3.10.38, to maximize existing grid infrastructure, minimize disruption to existing local community infrastructure or biodiversity, and reduce overall costs. Applicants may choose a site based on nearby available grid export capacity. So the grid opportunity, Mr. Stevens, I hope we agree, is a material consideration that the inspector has to have regard to in considering this scheme.
That's correct.
It is fundamental to the delivery of not just this solar project, but all solar projects.
That's correct.
It's a factor which has a bearing on the available locations for solar farms to go.
That's correct.
And this isn't a local authority that comes to this inquiry and says to this inspector that there is a better alternative, or there are better alternative sites elsewhere in the plan area, which could provide the means by which to significantly increase renewable energy deployment.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Yeah, the local authority hasn't come to this inquiry and made the point or produced any evidence which identifies sites it says are better or a better way to significantly increase renewable energy deployment.
It hasn't. The council hasn't produced evidence to demonstrate they're better sites. I think all I'd say, sir, is that there are clearly commitments for solar farms. You've seen details of 2 of those in this evidence of this inquiry. And it isn't the policy requirement, I suppose, in the plan to demonstrate that there are no alternatives.
No, we agree with that, but it's not the case that you're pointing to any document or other sites that are not yet developed for solar that you say these could do better. These are a better alternative to the appeal site.
The council hasn't undertaken that exercise, no.
No. And for all those reasons, for the reasons of grid and the way in which this site was selected, that's something that Mr. Burrell gives moderate weight to, owing to all of the constraints identified. Do you disagree?
Do I disagree that Mr. Burrell's given moderate weight to it?
No, do you disagree that it's something that should be given moderate weight in the planning balance?
I do, because I don't think this is a suitable site.
Well, let's just understand that, because you said that in your evidence in chief, but the fact that the council doesn't regard this as a suitable site hasn't prevented it from giving weight to all of the other benefits of the scheme, such as the biodiversity enhancements, the generation of renewable energy, the battery storage, for example. So the 2 issues are fundamentally different, aren't they?
I've given significant weight to the generation of energy, which is a product of the fact the site is connected to the grid. So I've given, in the plan and balance, I've given significant weight to that fact. I think to give double significant weight to the fact it's got a grid connection would have given double weight to the fact that it's producing energy.
Well, it's a different point. 1, it has a grid connection. 2, the grid connection is a scarce resource. So that's a reason why the site has to go here. And that's why it attracts a separate weight in the planning balance.
I don't think, well, it isn't, there's no evidence for this inquiry that says this is the only site that has a grid connection in West Northamptonshire or indeed in the country. So I can't say that this has to be here.
Well, let me understand it this way. We've agreed that it's a material consideration.
Sorry, what's the material consideration?
The grid connection opportunity. Just went through that entire series of questions looking at EN3.
It's relevant, yes.
Yeah, so if something's relevant and it's a material consideration, we then have to decide whether it, remember back to our discussion earlier, does it tell in favour of or against the scheme? The grid connection opportunity here tells in favour of the scheme, doesn't it?
Yes, but every solar farm will have a grid connection.
Every solar farm produces renewable electricity. That doesn't mean that we don't ascribe a benefit to it.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
We've got a grid connection. It's a material consideration. It tells in favour of the scheme. Therefore, we have to decide what weight we give to it. That's what happens when we identify material considerations. We have to decide what weight we give to it.
That's correct.
So what weight do you give to it, Mr. Stevens?
I give significant weight to the production of renewable energy. I don't give weight to the fact that the solar farm will have a grid connection, because it has to have a grid connection for the benefits to be realised, and every solar farm will have a grid connection.
Can I just be clear as to that point? You said you give very significant weight or substantial in the statement of common ground.
Substantial
Yeah.
weight, yes, yeah.
Okay. We've got a number of planning appeal decisions before the inquiry. And they're set out in the core document 6 series. Now, as discussed with other witnesses, the landscape and visual impacts of each scheme are going to be unique and individual, point we readily accept. But we can see from those decisions that there have been schemes allowed in areas that benefit from policy protection.
That's correct.
Yeah, we have Greenbelt, for example, that's core document 6.12, the Chelmsford appeal decision.
That's correct.
And we know, you will know, having spent the years that you have on both sides of the fence, that Greenbelt in very special circumstances is a high policy test, isn't it?
It is.
And so important is the deployment of renewable energy generation that paragraph 151 of the framework tells us that very special circumstances may include the wider environmental benefits associated with increased production of energy from renewable sources.
That's correct.
And I don't say that because this is Greenbelt. We know it's not Greenbelt, but to emphasize the point that this government regards the renewable or the development of renewable energy as so important that it can, on occasion, overcome policy protection within the framework and, of course, development plans as well.
In appropriate locations, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, but even where development is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt, as was the case in the decision at core document 6.12, and also 6.17 and 6.18 in respect of battery storage, those benefits can be significant enough to amount to very special circumstances.
They can on certain occasions, yeah.
We've got decisions on valued landscape. We've got those at core document 6.15 and 6.16.
That's correct.
The Telford and Wrekin decisions. And of course, this is not a valued landscape.
That's correct.
And the importance of that is that national policy protects or seeks protection for valued landscapes at a higher level than ordinary countryside, doesn't it?
That's correct.
Open countryside, most of the schemes that we have here are schemes on open countryside.
That's correct.
We've got Halorton, Langford, Bishop's Itchington, Bramley, all on open countryside.
That's correct.
And have you had an opportunity to read Bramley, the Bramley decision? That's called document 6.14. So you'll be aware, and we may not have to turn this up, but there were a number of promoted and long distance routes going through that solar scheme.
I think I recall from reading that was referenced, yeah.
Yeah. So the point, of course, is as I stressed before, not to say that the impacts will be exactly the same in all cases, but what is clear, I hope we can agree, is that solar energy development will need to be delivered in open countryside where there are inevitable constraints and sensitivities to new development.
That's correct.
I've got 2 questions left. As to the other benefits, we've heard what you've got to say on those, and Mr. Burrell can address those in his evidence and why you differ on some of the points that you do. Can I just ask you about economic benefits? And I'd like to do so by reference, please, to Mr. Burrell's 12.28. So it's on page 40. If you tell me when you have that.
I'm there, yeah.
Yeah. So economic benefits, 1228. And we have there, we can see we've got the business rates contribution estimated there at around 190,000. Now, I'm not going to give evidence, but Mr. Burrell's recalculated that and it's slightly lower. We've taken on board the points made by others. I think it's around 160, 165 per annum. But still a significant amount of money over the lifetime of the project, yes?
It's over 40 years, it's a significant sum, but I think you have to put that in context with the council's budget overall, so which I think is about 800 million a year. 165,000 a year is not an insignificant sum, maybe a little helps, I know, but in the context of the council's budget, it's not material, I don't think.
So you give that limited weight together. Well, it's not just the business rates, is it? It's the temporary construction jobs and the jobs of people involved in the solar industry who will be looking after this site.
Yeah, there's 70 to 80 temporary jobs for a period of 6 months, 6 to 9 months. Yeah, I give that limited weight.
And the other workers who will be involved in the maintenance of the panel, the running of the site. Yes,
from the evidence I've heard, I don't think they're full-time on the site. I think it's occasional visits, I think I was heard reference to.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But what we recognise, of course, is that renewable energy provides, as we've read in the documents, an opportunity for economic investment for people involved in work in renewable energy technologies and the industry in general.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and these sorts of economic benefits are have been given by another inspector at Bramley moderate weight in the planning balance.
I don't know if those economic details were different in that case, or what led him or her to that conclusion, sir.
As a matter of planning judgment, it's something the inspector is going to have to grapple with, but he can be informed by what inspectors elsewhere have done, can't he?
He can, yes, that's right.
Yeah. If you just want to turn up to Bramley, we'll just get this reference out because it's probably useful. And it's core document 614.
I'm there.
At paragraph 79. So just to see what the Bramley inspector said about it, paragraph 79, we can see similar business rates there, £150,000 per annum. But noted the creation of construction related jobs, ongoing contribution to the local and wider economy, and wider benefits of reducing reliance on imported fossil fuels. So wrapping lots of different benefits up together and giving those significant weight generally.
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah, and then core document 6.10 is the Langford decision.
I'm there.
Yeah, and it's paragraph 22 of the Secretary of State's decision letter. Where those economic benefits were given moderate weight in the planning balance.
That's what it says. Yep.
Yeah. So just to close this off then, we have acknowledged substantial and significant benefits arising from this scheme.
That's great, yeah.
The significant harm that you have identified to weigh against those substantial and significant benefits is in respect of landscape and visual impact.
That's correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Slightly more than two, I apologise.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Osborne-Smith. Mr. Richards, do you have any re-exam for Mr. Stevens?
Just two. So, the first one, you were asked questions about best and most versatile, do you remember? And it was being suggested to you that, well, the land will still be capable of some use, i.e. co-locating sheep and paddles. Can we just go, please, to core document 1.4b, which is draft EN3, where you were taken on another point, and to paragraph 3.10.14.
Sorry, what was the paragraph reference?
3.10.14. This is under the broad heading above 13, agricultural land classification and land type. What does the very end of that paragraph advise us to do in respect of best and most versatile agricultural land?
Avoid it. Where the proposed use of any agricultural land has been shown to be necessary, poorer quality land should be preferred to higher quality land.
Yes.
Avoiding the use of BMV where possible.
Yes. And then my second question goes to this. Right at the end of your cross-examination, learned friend Ms. Osborne-Smith took you on a grand tour of previous decision letters and the weight given to economic benefits. What, of course, she failed to do was to complete the set. Could we please look at the Telford, Shropshire decision, which is core document 6.15. And see what the inspector there said on page 60. At paragraph 10.62.
I'm there, yes.
What did that particular inspector have to say about economic benefits?
I found the weight to be given to this benefit quite limited.
Yeah, and then if we go back up to the top to the Secretary of State's decision letter. And paragraph uh, 25.
Yeah.
Secretary of State agree.
He did.
What does that tell you about the wide panoply of decisions in different cases about weight to individual factors?
It varies.
It varies, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. That's all, sir.
Mr. Richards, thank you very much. Mr. Stevens, you may stand down. Thank you very much. We're at 20 past. Can we come back? I love looking at this clock. We'll come back at 1:30, please, for Mr. Burrell.
Yes.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gents, welcome back to day 4. We're entering into our final stages of formal presentation evidence. There's a few documents we're bouncing around. Is it something I need to be aware of, or are we content?
So yes, I'll hand this to you and then I'll explain what it is.
Thank you.
So Mr. Burrow will speak to this. What he's done is gone through the appeal decisions that we've got and drawn out the number of homes essentially that would be provided with renewable energy from those schemes assessed there. It's really goes to one of the points that's been made by local residents about demonstrating the number of homes that electricity generated by a 49.9 megawatt scheme could contribute to. So it simply saves having to trawl through all of the decisions. I don't know if you want to give it an inquiry document reference.
I just have. It's become 16.
It's become 16. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Osmond-Smith.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Burrell.
Good morning.
I'll introduce you first of all from your proof of evidence, page 3, section 1, personal background, where you tell us that you are Paul Burrell and you've got a degree in geography and a diploma in urban planning. You're a chartered town planner, having been elected over 25 years ago, and you hold the position of an executive planning director at the consultancy Pegasus Group.
That's correct.
At 1.3, you tell us a little bit about your considerable experience in advising on planning matters concerning low carbon and renewable energy projects involving solar schemes, onshore wind farms, and energy from waste facilities. You were involved in the Halse and Langford public inquiries, the decisions for which are contained within the core documents. And at 1.4, you say that the evidence that you have prepared and provide for this appeal is true and has been prepared and is given in accordance with the guidance of your professional institution. And you can confirm that the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions. Is that all still correct?
That's all correct as well.
Thank you very much. Well, without further ado, then we'll jump into your evidence. And you heard the cross-examination of Mr. Stevens this morning. There is a large measure of agreement between you, particularly on matters relating to renewable energy generation, the benefits of the co-location of the battery storage, and also the policy context. So in light of those discussions, it may be that we don't have to dwell very long on some points, but I want to start first of all by asking you to summarise essentially the national policy context for renewables and solar energy generation specifically.
Good morning, sir. I won't rehearse at length the policy requirements. You'll probably be pleased to hear, sir. There's been a lot of discussion about that this morning with Mr. Stevens, and I'm sure you're well versed in that. However, sir, if you'll indulge me, I would like to make a couple of points with regard to the energy security plan, which is core document 1.29. And the reason for that, sir, is there's a clear direction of travel in UK energy legislation and policy. And this is the most recent statement of intent. Indeed, it was issued by the government after we lodged this appeal. So it's 2 months old, or just more than 2 months now. But there's a couple of again sort of key aspects. So if I could just bring those to the inquiry's attention. The first is a continuing statement that low-cost renewable energy will be the foundation of the electricity system and play a key role in delivery and delivering amongst the cheapest wholesale electricity in Europe. So again, that's the cost point, sir. We've already touched on the 5-fold increase, which is restated in respect of solar specifically. I would just note, sir, as we all know, that's by 2035. That's only 12 years away. And in the planning system, 12 years goes by quite quickly. The next point that the energy security plan raises in respect of solar, and it's an interesting choice of phrase, sir, is the need to maximise deployment of both ground and rooftop capacity. So that's maximising deployment. It notes that solar is readily deployable at scale, and it seeks large-scale ground-mounted solar development across the UK. And it does say mainly on brownfield industrial and low and medium grade agricultural land. And so the appeal site very largely comprises of medium grade agricultural land.
Can I just ask you to pause there, Mr. Burrell? There's 2 points that arise from that. First of all, maximising solar. We've heard about ground mounted and rooftop.
Yes.
What evidence is there that rooftop mounted solar can contribute in a significant way to the deployment required by 2035?
Again, the energy security plan clearly looks to increase the deployment on rooftops, but it does effectively acknowledge in there that there are issues that need to be addressed in terms of rooftop solar deployment, and it notes that the government is looking to facilitate and promote extensive deployment of rooftop solar on industrial and commercial property to maximise maximum usage of available services for business as well as environmental and climate benefits. But of course, in terms of actually deploying it, as with anywhere else, if they want to actually export it onto the grid, they need a grid connection that has capacity. And in terms of rooftop deployment, the issues there often relate to the structural integrity of older buildings. Can they actually sort of physically hold the solar panels? There's landlord and tenant arrangements. If you're a tenant on the site and occupying the buildings, will the landlord agree to that in terms of alterations to the fabric of the building? So there's a series of issues associated with rooftop deployment which don't apply to ground-mounted solar. And the government does say that ground-mounted solar is readily deployable at scale in that regard, sir.
And then just back to the brownfield point as well, is there any evidence that you're aware of, or indeed before this inquiry, that the need to significantly increase renewable energy, particularly solar, can be achieved by using brownfield land?
There's no evidence before the inquiry that I've seen, no.
Thank you. Carry on.
And then the final 2 points I'd just like to make in regard of the energy security plan, sir, is that the government considers that meeting energy security and climate change goals is urgent and of critical importance to the country. And again, those are very strong words, sir, for a government policy statement. And then it goes on to advise that these goals can be achieved together with maintaining food security for the UK, and it encourages deployment of solar that delivers environmental benefits. And of course, so that's exactly what we're proposing to do with this proposal. In terms of battery storage and flexibility, so just while I'm on the energy security plan, if we turn to page 40 on the document there, sir. You'll see there's a section there which is concerning flexibility, and I just draw attention there, so to the paragraphs underneath the blue box that says our key commitments, where it says meeting our 2035 commitment for a decarbonised power system subject to security of supply will mean transitioning away from unabated gas generation where possible. And in order to achieve that, in the paragraph below, so it explains the government is supporting this transition by developing enablers for existing high carbon flexible capacity to have a clear decarbonisation pathway, and facilitating the deployment of low carbon flexibility technologies and services. And it notes these actions will need to happen at pace, And in terms of what those accelerated low carbon flexible technologies actually are, they're helpfully set out for us. So in those 6 bullet points at the bottom of the page, and the third one down expressly says facilitating the deployment of electricity storage. And finally, sir, in terms of the, well, we've got the energy security plan out in front of us. In terms of grid connection, I'd ask you please, sir, if you would turn to page 50. On the energy security plan.
Mine only goes up to 38. Are we still in? Ah, sorry, I'm behind. Okay.
Shall I continue? So page 50 of the energy security plan, so under the heading accelerating network connections. And the point here really, sir, again, is about the importance of grid connection. And it says here that connection timelines have become a very significant issue affecting new electricity generation and demand projects in parts of the country, driven by the need for significant investment in the network. And then it carries on in the next sentence. There are over 250 gigawatts of generation in the transmission connection queue compared to circa 80 gigawatts that is currently connected. So that indicates that there's 3 times as many projects waiting to be connected than actually are currently connected in terms of that statement. Hence the intention which is set out below at the start of the next paragraph. Reducing connection timescales is a high priority for the government. So again, so I think it just emphasises that the availability of grid connections is a key consideration in terms of the deployment of renewable energies at the moment.
And what's the grid connection that's been secured here?
So we, JBM, have a confirmed 49.9 megawatt connection offer for Q2 2025. So it's in 2 years' time, sir.
Anything else on big picture, Mr. Burham?
I think the other points have been covered earlier on in terms of grid connections specifically. In terms of policy, I'm happy to rest it on that.
Okay. Did you want to say anything about why you give grid connection in light of those discussions we've just had, additional weight in the planning balance?
I think so. There is a perception that solar farms or renewable energy projects can be effectively footloose and they can go anywhere. Now that's clearly not the case, and there's been an acceptance in the inquiry that actually solar farms clearly do need to connect into the grid. I see there is a distinction between the benefits of a solar scheme or renewable energy project that can actually generate electricity, so as distinct to finding a site where it can actually physically connect into the grid. So, for example, we were just exploring a moment ago about rooftop solar. So for a rooftop solar scheme, you could have a large manufacturing facility, like a big car plant, let's say, which actually internally uses the electricity that's been generated by that scheme. Now that's clearly generating renewable energy, and that should be accorded substantial weight. However, it's not exporting into the grid. Whereas in this instance, this is an energy generation scheme that is externally exporting into the grid. Hence, the grid connection is a further factor, in my opinion, sir.
Another issue was the battery scheme, essentially, that goes alongside the solar, co-located in respect of storage. Is there anything that you want to say about that and why that's an additional and separate benefit?
It has been accepted by Mr. Stevens as being an additional benefit to the renewable energy generation per se. And that's because, in my opinion, again, that battery storage allows a smoothing out of the electricity peaks and troughs in the grid. Renewable energy sources unfortunately are intermittent sources because they're reliant when the wind blows or the sun shines. And therefore there is a need to effectively store some of that electricity that's been generated to discharge it into the grid at areas of times of peak demand, typically perhaps the evening, early evening peaks or the morning peak, perhaps when the solar PV isn't operating at its maximum potential. Clearly, it'll generate more power in the middle of the day, so when the sun is at its zenith.
And how have other decision takers approached the benefit of battery storage, both alone and co-located with solar farms?
There has been support for battery facilities, and so I have cited in my evidence a number of appeal examples where inspectors have accorded additional weight to the co-location of battery facilities, and that is of course consistent with the British Energy Security Strategy, which also identifies, as was put to Mr. Stevens earlier this morning, that is a benefit to be weighed in the balancer.
We've been through the policy context, Mr. Stevens and I wonder if there's anything that we need to pick up on, both in the joint core strategy or part 2 local plan. Those are core documents 2.1 and 3.1. I'm not sure there's an interpretation difference between us. It's simply about whether or not the landscape and visual harm leads to a conflict with the policies and a conflict with the development plan overall. Is there anything you want to say about that, Mr. Burrell?
I think I agree with a lot of what's been said. I mean, in terms of policy S11 and the sensitively located points, so clearly there's 2 limbs, aren't there, to policy S11. The first limb is that the site needs to be sensitively located, or the proposal needs to be sensitively located, and secondly, that the proposal needs to be designed to minimise potential adverse effects. As Ms. Osman-Smith ran through earlier this morning with Mr. Stevens, so I won't go through it again now. There is the comprehensive site selection report, which identifies the various criteria and clearly explains how the site was settled on, taking into account planning and environmental designations, but also it does factor in the need for land acquisition, obviously, to actually build the scheme on SIR. So you need to have a landowner that's willing to reach an agreement. And perhaps another factor, not a planning factor, but it's certainly a delivery factor, is the assembly of a site and the numbers of landowners involved. Because if you have a fragmented land ownership, SIR, with lots of landowners clearly reaching a sort of land agreement with a lot of landowners is going to prove more difficult. The other thing that we should say is that in terms of that site selection process that went through, the Brownfield Land Register was examined, and we have sought through that process a preference for land that's not in higher agricultural land grades. Now, that's not to say that schemes are prohibited on best and most versatile land. They're not, but there is a preference which is there in government policy, that land in lower grades should be preferred, and that's the approach that my client adopted in their site search there.
Just one policy I want to pick up with you, please, and it's from the local plan. So that's core document 3.1, and it's page 67.
Yes.
Which is about farm diversification.
Yes.
Obviously, the council objects on the basis of criteria B, which concerns the character, scale, and so on of the development. But can I just have or understand from you the extent to which you say that this scheme complies with that policy and how this would aid farm diversification in this case?
Absolutely. So the first point, so, is that it is in general, it's a permissively worded policy, in that it says that development that relates to the diversification of an existing farm agricultural state will be accepted in principle, provided that, and then we've got the four criteria as listed below. And as was confirmed earlier, the council are only contesting criterion B as being the issue between us. In terms of the farm diversification more generally, sir, there is a need for farm diversification of income more generally. Farming income is volatile, especially in today's environment. So the income that a farm can receive is heavily seasonal, depending on when crops are harvested or livestock is sold. And solar can provide a regular income across the year. And that benefits in terms of obviously security of income, but also in terms of the consistency of income for the farming business. The farming business is also subject to a lot of cost pressure, cost inflation at the moment, sir, and it's the benefit of having an income from the solar farm will assist in ensuring the existing agricultural business can continue in better health, sir, better financial health. Just while I'm on that point, can I just clarify as well, because I think Mr. Foote indicated previously earlier in the week that the estate had effectively sold a large number of cattle, but I'm advised by the estate, sir, that actually they do continue to run a beef enterprise and they rear on cattle at Marston, and that's used for effectively, there's not really a polite way of saying this here, but it's used to create muck for fertilizer to assist with the farming enterprise. And they actually have 100 cattle at the moment, and that's likely to increase to 200 over the course of this winter. They further have sheep on a grazing license as well, sir. So that's just to update the position on the actual farming enterprise there, sir.
And the intention, of course, as part of this proposal is that the ground or sheep would be on site making use of land in and around the panels.
Absolutely, it would continue in that form of agricultural use at ground level.
Okay, going to go to some discrete points now that have been raised in representations made to the inquiry. The first one is maintenance and panels and how that's going to be carried out within the dimensions of the scheme, where the panels are located in relation to the fences.
Okay, so I've just got 2 points to make on this one. The first is, as we just alluded to, that sheep grazing is proposed. Sheep will be able to graze to, and that's set out in the landscape and environment management plan. But in terms of where there is a need for additional mowing, the intention is that there'll be a 2 to 3 metre gap at the end of each solar array. And that sort of gap is sufficient, obviously not for large tractors, sir, but it is sufficient for smaller, modest sized mowers to be able to turn and manoeuvre. So I've checked again with the appellant on that point, and I am reassured that there are machines that are certainly capable of manoeuvring in that sort of distance.
And ultimately, whose problem is it?
Ultimately, it'll be the applicant's problem, sir, to maintain it.
Noise. Can you give us any more information on noise? And we've had a look at the noise contour plan. That's included in 2 places. First of all, it forms part of the ES in the noise chapter or the appendices associated to it. And Mr. Ferber included it in his evidence. But what's the noise going to be in terms of how often is it going to be there? How's it going to be experienced? For how long? Those sorts of considerations.
Okay, so with regard to the noise and that noise contour map that Ms. Osborne-Smith has just referred to, it's clear that the actual noise contours are fairly contained around the actual source of that noise in terms of the battery facilities. So it's not a case that as you're moving through the site along the public rights of way, that will have this continual noise all the way along. It'll be sort of intermittent in that sense. You'll come across it, then you'll move away from it, and the actual noise contours are are sort of defined there, sir. So you can see that you do move towards quiet areas and then back again. In terms of the actual level of noise itself, without the footpaths specifically drawn onto that noise contour map, but if you zoom in, you can have a look and just see how close the right of way or the field boundaries are to those noise contours. And in terms of the permissive path along the rail corridor, when I looked at it, sir, I think that the noise is typically between 53 to 56 decibels, which is an orange colour, and on occasion there might be a slight incursion, to be fair, on the 56 to 59 decibel contour, which is a light red colour. In terms of the footpath that moves north, in terms of the location A2 on the revision O plan, sir. So that's the one with the battery facility near to the north, field 2 at the northern end there. Again, I think the noise contours there indicate probably something in the region of the 59 to 62 decibel contours, which is the dark red colour. And what I draw from that, sir, is that even at 63 decibels, that's a conversational noise level. You know, it is a noise level that you will experience, and then you'll move away from. But it's a conversational noise level. The second point I'd like to make, sir, is that noise won't be occurring all the time in those battery storage facilities. And the S is clear that it's assessing the highest level of noises, of noise generated, and that actually it won't be happening all the time, because it'll only the cooling fans, which are the aspects of the operation that generate the most noise, will at their highest levels, at those levels we've just discussed, during periods of charging and discharging, when the batteries are being charged or discharged. And though the period of time for that is typically so 2 to 3 hours to fully charge or discharge those batteries within the containers. So it's intermittent in that sense as well, so that they'll only be charging for periods and then discharging for certain periods. And as I said earlier, so when we were discussing about the sort of grid and the sort of role that batteries play in assisting in peak demand, the peak demand periods are typically the morning peak at sort of say breakfast time and the early evening. So that'll be the time when those battery storage facilities are generating that noise at that sort of level. Other times it'll be lower when they're not in operation, or not in operation to the same extent. So, and as I said, sir, those noise levels, when they do occur, will dissipate quickly once you move past that particular location.
So noise is something that in your planning balance, you've determined that you give it neutral weight.
Yes,
And you still hold that view.
I do.
Thank you. Community area then next, please. In the northwestern part of the site. Just want to understand from you really what's proposed there. There's been some criticism about it, that it's not going to be used, that it's too far away from anywhere for people to go and use it or have their picnics there. So why do you assess it as having a positive weight in the planning balance, and what's proposed?
Okay, so the community area comprises a number of aspects as illustrated in the revision O layout. So it includes a community orchard, and then in addition to that, it has the outdoor seating area, the proposed outdoor classroom. There'll be interpretation boards, and we have the here. And we have the picnic area shown there as well. In addition, sir, that there will be ecological benefits there in terms of an insect hotel, which is shown there as a location with the orange asterisks, and also interpretation boards as indicated by the yellow asterisks. Now, the location that's shown there has been chosen because it's at the accessible through the public rights of way. It's immediately co-located adjacent to it, and the current north-south alignment, but with a new permissive path that runs around to the west of Field 1. And so it would be accessible, therefore, through the public rights way that would come down from Greatworth Village, and it provides an opportunity for people to stop and to have a look at the interpretation boards. It also provides the opportunity, say, for school children, sir, to potentially undertake organised walks to that, perhaps as a destination, perhaps on the way to somewhere else. And so I understand the school are actually actively looking for opportunities for older children at the moment. And this would present an ideal opportunity, given that it's connected by a public right of way up to the primary school, which is, I believe, when I looked, it's probably about 1.3, 1.4 kilometres away. And I would estimate that would be about a 20-minute leisurely walk down to the facility. So there are opportunities there, sir, to provide a varied experience in association with the walks and the opportunities through there and the permissive path. I don't think any of us would suggest that it's going to become a major destination in its own right, but it is a facility that would have amenity and benefits. It would be able to explain to people about the renewable energy generation. This is, as we've just been rehearsing earlier this morning, an absolutely critical and vital part of our response to climate change. And I think educating the new generation and indeed ourselves on that would be very worthwhile. But it's also the biodiversity aspects of the site and what's being done and how we can look to enhance biodiversity and the opportunities that have been taken here through the site to educate people on that too, sir.
Forgive me, Mr. Burrell, what do you mean schools are actively looking for opportunities for older children to walk?
I believe the primary school are looking for opportunities for older children to be able to take longer walks at the moment. And that this would be the sort of facility that would be potentially attractive to them, in my opinion.
Next question then relates to Mrs. Dobson's points. And it's about the way in which you've calculated certain features of the renewable energy benefit. And I can see she's behind you taking a very careful note. So please be very careful in your answers, Mr. Burrell, as you go through so that we can get a close and careful note of everything that you say.
Absolutely. So I want to take perhaps, first of all, a little bit of a step back, because there has been some criticism and surprise, I suppose, about because the solar scheme has reduced in size through its iterations and design approach over the gestation of the project, as to whether this is still an efficient sort of solar farm in terms of its 49.9 megawatt capacity. And so I just wondered if we maybe perhaps just take a start by looking at EN3 and the draft EN3, just for some context here, if we could refer to that.
Can I just check? Can everyone hear Mr. Burrell? He sounds quite quiet over here.
Good. Okay. I'll try and speak up for you since I'm losing my voice. Take some water. So this is the draft MPS EN3, which I think is called document 1.4B, March 23. And if we could turn up page, well, it's paragraph 310.8, which I believe is, well, it's page 82 on my hard copy. So The paragraph explains there, sir, that along with associated infrastructure, a solar farm requires between 2 to 4 acres for each megawatt of output. And then it very helpfully says, a typical 50 megawatt solar farm will consist of around 100,000 to 150,000 panels and cover between 125 to 200 acres. However, this will vary significantly depending on the site, with some being large and some being smaller. So that gives an indication of a typical 50 megawatt solar scheme, sir. So just for comparative purposes, therefore, in that broader context, our scheme, as currently reduced, has a site area of 79 hectares or 195 acres. So that's within the upper sort of parameter, if you like, of a typical 50 megawatt solar farm. And that's so it sits within those parameters. In terms of installed capacity, the panels that my client are currently looking at are 25% more efficient than they were only 2 years ago. Now that shows the pace of change of technology. And back in 2021, the panels were of a capacity of about 450 watts, whereas now in the current market they've increased to 570 watts capacity. So that's a 25% increase. And if you look at the actual site area and how that's reduced over time, the site's actually reduced from 254 acres, or 103 hectares, to 195 acres or 79 hectares now, and that's a 23% reduction in the site area. So actually the reduction in the site area has been offset by the increase in the efficiency of the panels that are available on the market today. So now we have a grid connection offer of 49.9 megawatts, and it clearly makes sense for us to look to maximise that grid connection at all times. As we've explained, sir, grid connection, grid capacity is a pretty scarce resource at the moment, and therefore it does make sense to use that grid connection at all times. And the output from the solar farm will vary through the seasons, and it'll work harder, if you like, in the summer months, and the daylight is shorter in the winter season. So we're looking to avoid wasting or sort of curtailing the energy generation by the incorporation of battery storage, and looking to maximise generation throughout the course of the year. I wanted to explain as well, sir, that we were discussing that there will be shading of certain of the solar arrays from the existing vegetation, and there has been a shading factor worked into my client's models and design optimization, and they have taken into account that this site will have shading of the panels. However, the panels that are being shaded, it's still economically better to have them infrared shaded for part of the day than to not have them at all, if you follow me. So they would still be worthwhile incorporating into the overall scheme. So I just wanted to share that with you, sir. And as a general context, I've prepared this note, which really just looks at other solar farm appeal decisions, recent decisions across the country, sir. And what I've done here, just to save going through them sort of line by line, but I've looked at the sort of 7 or 8 of the decisions there, sir. I've looked at what the capacity was that was stated in the appeal decision, and then I've said, what was the inspectors or the Secretary of State's assessment of the equivalent annual number of homes per annum that have been generated? And what we can see there, sir, is that Halse, again, a 49.9 megawatt scheme, the assessment there was approximately 12,000 homes. At Langford, it said excess of 10,000 houses. Bishop's Itchington, it didn't actually state the capacity, but given that it was accepted that that would be the annual equivalent of about 16,500 homes. I can only assume it must be very near to 49.9 megawatts there. Chelmsford, Essex, the Greenbelt decision that we discussed earlier, again, that's a 49.9 megawatt scheme, and that was said to power 16,581 households. Gillingham, it wasn't stated at all, so when I looked at that one. Bramley was a slightly smaller scheme, 45.5 megawatts, but that was said to power 11,150 homes. And then Newarks Lane, Telford, was a smaller scheme of 30 megawatts, and that was said to power 8,657. And the final one I put there, sir, was Steeraway, also in Telford, another 30 megawatt scheme, so smaller than ours, and that was around 11,000 households. So as context there, you can see that the calculations that I've put forward in terms of Copse Lodge, which is at the top, where I've claimed the equivalent annual number of homes would be 11,887 to 16,148, sits pretty much entirely consistently with all of those assessors, all of those estimates and assessments have been undertaken across those appeal decisions, sir. Now, with regard to the actual calculation itself, I have set out in my proof, sir, at Appendix 2, the calculation. And in terms of those carbon savings calculations there, we've set out here that it's the export capacity in megawatt hours that I've relied on to undertake that assessment. Now, it is the case that the installed capacity of the site will depend on the panel selection at the time, so in terms of megawatts, peak hours. But I've assumed there we have an export capacity of 49.9 megawatt hours, and that's what I've used to apply to the site. And then I've said that that's over 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and then apply the load factor for solar PV generation, which is 10.6%. And that then I've looked at the CO2 emissions per megawatt from equivalent fossil fuel power production. Now, that's where there is a difference from Mrs. Dobson on that one, because she's suggesting that actually we should use the sort of average UK electricity power production figure, which is lower. It's about half what I've assessed there. And the reason why I've gone for the higher fossil fuel power production figure in my calculations, sir, is because we're trying to displace fossil fuels from and decarbonize the electricity generation system at the moment. So we're not looking to displace other low carbon nuclear or renewable energy generation capacity from the grid. What we are looking to do is to remove fossil fuel power production from the energy mix, and that's why I think it's fair, sir, to rely on the fossil fuel power production figure in that calculation.
I suppose the obvious question is there any doubt that this scheme would generate electricity equivalent to thousands of households and their energy needs?
No, I don't believe there is. On the basis of the calculations that I've undertaken there, and looking at examples of other schemes across the country, the figures are broadly consistent there. So.
Is there anything else in Mrs. Dobson's letter that you want to deal with?
I should just explain, I guess, that the upper range that I've set out there, so the load factor on them being 10.6%, which is based on the Duke's figure, which is the Digest of UK energy statistics, that the higher capacity figure there is looking at higher capacity panels, the higher panels. And if we look at the installed capacity and use the higher capacity 470 watt panels, then that will generate a figure towards the upper end of the estimate there, sir.
Economic benefits then, Mr. Burrell, and business rates. I think you've done a further calculation on this and you've got a correction to make.
Yes, so I've had a closer look at the business rate calculation, and obviously in the evidence I relied on a figure that had been provided in another appeal which wasn't challenged, and therefore I continue to rely on it. I've had another look at the business rate calculation, and I can offer you, sir, my understanding of it. Clearly, I'm not a tax expert, but as a planner, sir, I calculate it now in accordance with the following. If you want to make a note of this, sir, this is based on valuation office advice in terms of business rates. And I believe the benchmark for a scheme of over, I think it's over 15 megawatts. The 2017 price that was agreed with the valuation office per megawatt is £6,450 per megawatt. Now, if you look at you then apply that to the installed peak DC capacity of the site. And as I said earlier, sir, I've taken a conservative estimate on that and assumed that would be 49.9 megawatts as the installed peak DC capacity. So 49.9 megawatts times £6,450 by my maths gives you an estimate of or a figure of £321,855. That's £321,855. And then the annual business rate that would be payable on that, applying what's known as the standard multiplier, apparently in these terms, is 0.512 pence in the pound. Now that rate will vary, I think, year on year. It looks like, as with most taxes, so it seems to go up. But at the moment, it's at 0.512p in the pound. And on that basis, so you apply that to the £321,000 figure times 0.512 pence, and that then gives you a figure of £164,790, sir.
So the figure goes down a little bit, Mr. Burrell. Does that change your weight that you gave to economic benefits in your planning balance?
No, sir, it doesn't. I still regard that figure of £165,000 as a substantial sum, and a substantial sum over the 40-year period. And as I say, so the business rates, like most things, are under review, and that figure's probably, but I can't obviously guarantee that, likely to increase over time as well. I heard the evidence of Mr. Stevens on that in terms of council budgets. Of course, the business rate benefits go into, I believe, a central pot, unlike local domestic council taxes, and then they get redistributed by the government to the local authorities. So I think it goes into a central pot, then come out again. But that is a substantial sum in the current climate of government budgets, and I believe that is a significant contribution to the economy, sir.
And is the site currently making any similar contribution?
No, I don't believe it is. I don't believe it's paying any business rates at the moment as an agricultural business there.
Are there any other points, Mr. Burrell, discrete points that I've missed out on before we return to the benefits that you've identified?
No.
Right, back to the benefits then in your summary table at page 44.
Yes.
And having listened to the difference between you and Mr. Stevens, is there anything that you want to pick up on in your evidence in chief?
So renewable energy, we've agreed substantial positive benefit. The co-located battery energy storage, we've agreed significant positive benefit. Ecological enhancements, biodiversity net gain, significant positive benefits, that's been agreed. The economic benefits here that we have, also I've missed out on landscape enhancements on that one. So I've attached significant positive weight to the landscape enhancements there. And that's on the basis of the additional tree and hedgerow planting, which are and have been afforded significant positive weight by the inspector. And I have referred to two decisions in that regard in my evidence at Halse and at Langford, sir. In terms of economic benefits, we've just discussed that in terms of business rates, but there's also the significant financial investment. And again, the government energy policy is clear of the economic opportunities more generally that will arise from the imperative for renewable energy deployment, sir. And I've set those out there in terms of the investment into the local and wider economy, in terms of jobs during the construction period as well. So site selection we've already covered, which in view of the grid connection, I consider, sir, should be given moderate positive weight for the reasons I set out before. In terms of farm diversification, improvements to soil resource, carbon sequestration. Again, I've explained a little bit there about the benefits of farm diversification more generally. But there's also the points arising from the resting of this land from intensively farmed arable land, not needing to use herbicides and pesticides on this land. It'll rest it for the 40-year period, and that will bring a significant benefit to soil resource in terms of resting that land. And I consider, sir, that moderate positive weight should be given to that as well. We've already touched on to some extent educational strategy and resource, but the green infrastructure, the provision of the permissive access route through the green infrastructure corridor, which runs through the appeal site, the interpretation boards, the educational benefits are matters, so that I consider should be given moderate positive weight. Flood risk and drainage, because there will be a betterment, so it goes beyond just managing the impacts of the scheme in terms of groundwater runoff, but actually provides a betterment to downstream flood risk and pollution. I believe so that should be given limited positive weight. So those are the benefits there.
Flood risk and drainage, you said limited positive weight.
I did, yes.
You've got moderate here. Is that a change on your
There
summary
is-
balance table?
Unfortunately, on my table 44, I have given that moderate positive weight in that table. Actually, in the text at paragraph 12.40, that's my mistake, sir. I said flood risk betterment should be given limited positive weight, and I believe that's the better weighting there.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing out.
No, that's fine. So limited positive weight to that. All right. Sorry, an educational strategy and resource also limited positive
It
weight.
was limited positive weight in its own right, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Burrell. Unless there's anything else that you want to say at this stage, those are my questions.
Thank you.
I'm just thinking about timings.
Yeah, not more than 36 minutes.
We've got down to 36.
Well, that will take us to 1 o'clock.
Let's just carry on. I was going to wonder whether we did a break. and
I
then
mean,
a longer session, but-
there's me, and then
And
there's
there's
Ms.
Ms.
Curtis,
Curtis.
and then I do know that there are a number of interested parties
Yeah, and I would say I
who will
have a
be,
few
who
in
will
this
be
case.
putting their hands up.
Oh, yeah, no, and I know that we've got more time needed there.
Yeah.
And there probably will be routes there. I'm not imagining we're going to finish at 1, don't worry.
No, no, no,
That's,
no,
I'm
no.
not pushing people. I'm just wondering about how we work breaks through, but I think if
Well,
we take yours, we'll then take a break and
Yeah.
then we'll take the rest. And I'm afraid I'm going to compromise everybody's lunchtime as a way of trying to make this work.
as I told you earlier, I've offset that eventuality already. Good. Mr. Burrell, thank you. First, a question on policy. We know that policy S11 in the joint call strategy
Yes.
second paragraph
Yes,
requires proposals such as this to be, quote, sensitively located. And you've told us, and I understand, that there is both macro and micro considerations.
that's correct.
At the macro level, the size and scale of the proposal falls to be considered, doesn't it?
Yes, because the size and scale of the proposal in terms of the site selection report, clearly that's where we're looking at a particular land holding of a particular size.
Yes.
Yes,
So it may be theoretically that a site selection process might conclude that while a site or even an area of search might be suitable for, say, 30 megawatt schemes, it's not suitable for 50 megawatt schemes.
it could do that, couldn't it? In
Yeah.
terms of as a principle.
Yeah, so that the size and scale of a project is relevant to the decision taker's judgment as to whether or not a proposal is sensitively located.
Yes, it does inform the process. Yes.
And then, as you say, at the micro level, you take a view on whether particular parcels might be included or excluded.
Yes.
And you gave the example of excluding the the sensitive archaeological area.
That's correct.
Yeah. And we know that as part of the site, there is also 3.5 hectares of best and most versatile agricultural land.
That's correct, as a matter of fact.
And we know that, and we can see it in the ALC study, which is at core document 7.5A, so planning application bit, appendix 7.1 ALC report.
Bear with me. CD 7.5A, appendix 7.1 ALC report, yes.
And it is a 17-page PDF. And it's a report that results on the results from soil sampling, as we see on page 10, right across the original 101 hectare site, I think. Because the site goes all the way up to Park Spinney, north of Halse Road. That's right.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question? I was just trying to find
I
the
think what's
relevant
happened is that the authors of this report have done soil sampling right across the site.
Yes.
As shown by the red blobs on PDF page 10. And that has led them, after the tables and the maths, to the more readily digestible plan on page 15, which tells us I think shows us three areas, 1, 2, and 3. And area 3 in green is the best and most versatile agricultural land. So as I understand it, which again we do, we find that out from the plan on page 17.
That's correct. The plan on page 17, that's right, then confirms in the opinion of this report what's grade 3A or 3B or non-agricultural. That's correct.
And then if we look at revision O, Can you see just north, northwest on the agricultural land classification plan, just northeast of the grade 3A land, there's a sort of chunk taken out, a bite taken out of the red line area.
Yes.
And I think we can identify that chunk on revision O. Which will help us then to identify, and the position of the railway line, but which will help us to identify which field has the largest area of grade 3A land in it.
Yes.
And I think, but you may disagree with me, I think it's F10 Butterfields. Or am I wrong?
I think you are correct on that. I think it is largely
Another way of doing it. Another way of doing it would be, which I think, if you look at F12,
yes,
and you can see to the east of F12 that sort of triangular shaped field with a little jagged edge in the corner.
Yeah.
And then you find that on the agricultural land classification plan.
Yeah.
And we're sort of looking at F10 and perhaps F8 and F9 as well, but a moot point.
Yes.
Okay. And then we know, don't we, from EN3 draft CD 1.4b, which we've looked at for other purposes today.
So could you just say the reference again?
CD 1.4b, that's ENS3 draft.
Yes.
And a bit where we looked at with Mr. Stevens this morning in re-examination, page 83, paragraph 31014.
Got you. Yeah.
That's the avoiding the use of best and most versatile agricultural land where possible. At the micro level, it would have been possible to avoid the use of the BNV by just missing out F10. And therefore, because F10 is included, there is an element of harm to weigh in the planning balance, isn't there?
Okay, I've got a couple of points, if I may, on that. Just starting with EN3 and para 31014, it does actually caveat, while land type should not be a predominating factor in determining the suitability of the site location, applicants should, where possible, utilise PDL and brownfield land, contaminated land and industrial land. So it's a consideration, but it shouldn't be a predominating factor in that exercise.
I agree. That's what it says, and that's why I didn't raise the issue with you as part of the macro level site selection, but adopting Ms. Osmond-Smith's attractive distinction between macro level and micro level. I thought it fell neatly into the micro level issues, and I think we've agreed, and that is one of the reasons why there is a harm arising from including it to weigh in the planning balance.
I think it certainly should be weighed in the planning balance. As to the weight to be given to that point, again, look at this plan that we've got on the agricultural land, page 17. The area of green, which is the grade 3A land designation as shown in this report, it looks to me like that straddles a field boundary. looking at that plan there. So we've got an area of grade 3A land to the north, and we've got an area of grade 3A land to the south. And my understanding in terms of being able to farm that in terms of utilising it as best and most versatile land is that you can't sort of farm half a field in one patch and half in another. So as to the weight to be attached to that.
Yes. Well, that's why I was suggesting to you, maybe it was, one might regard F10 as being the BMV in the project because it looks as though most of F10 is covered by green rather than purple.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just looking at the actual sort of boundaries shown on the on that mapping there, but I'm just, to be honest, I'm just struggling to locate where that area of grade 3A actually is on the plan here. Looking at the references on the OS plan there.
Yeah, that's I scratched my head for a bit too, and in the end, I decided that the easiest way to fix it was that triangular chunk taken out, which lies immediately to the east of F12.
Yes. And I'm also looking on the OS base at the on that page 17 of that long road that goes up to Halse Copse Farm, and where that then joins Halse Road, and that I think on the version here would indicate if you drew a straight line down there would actually exclude most of F10 actually.
Well, the inspector will.
I'm trying to assist as best I can.
It's not a major point. It's just whether something's in the planning balance or not, and I think we've agreed it is in the planning balance. And I'll move on to something else.
I was going to say if I am right, actually, the more I look at this, the more I think I am right. And if you look down that access track, actually, there's precious little of F10 actually in the BMV area that's shown there. Most of it is actually being retained as in terms of our archaeological sensitivity zone.
Okay,
actually, I think.
All right. Now let's go on to electricity generation, and we've agreed, or you and Mr. Stevens have agreed, that the generation of nearly 50 megawatts of renewable energy and the subsequent reduction in carbon emissions through replacement of fossil fuels, etc., 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 that's a matter that gets the top weight of the scale.
Yes.
And that battery co-location is an additional benefit because it enables peaks and troughs to be smoothed out. Can I just be clear, though, that the energy being stored in the batteries is that which is being generated on site?
In terms of the energy generation, it allows for the I say that there's peaks and troughs. So when the solar farm is generating more energy than can potentially be exported to the grid, it can then be stored in those battery containers and then released to the grid in other times.
Yes. But what it's not is a general battery storage facility, so that energy from sources other than the solar panels could come through the pylons and down into the batteries, and you might have the batteries being charged up by a coal burning power station some miles away, for example.
Yeah, I believe there would be the possibility to be able to charge them off the grid, but clearly it would make more sense for the for my client to be able to generate electricity on site himself, because he's not paying to have to import
Yes.
it.
So does your client gets paid or not by the amount of electricity exported to the grid? Is that right?
I believe they do get paid for that through the grid connection. Yes.
Okay. And then on the batteries, we've seen where they are on revision O. And we've seen, I think, that one of them, at least one of the battery storage compounds, if I can call them that, has got an acoustic fence around it.
Yes.
Do they all have acoustic? Is the intention that they would all have an acoustic fence around them? Or is it just the one that we've identified so far? I mean, will it be a standard feature of the battery compounds?
No, I don't think it's a standard feature. I think they were derived by the noise report in the ES in terms of the specific locations that would require that acoustic fence. That's why it's on the eastern side of them. It is on the recommendation of the acoustic report.
Okay, because I mean, the noise only affects people who are walking down the paths beside them. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, if I'm sat at the picnic area, I won't hear a hum from the battery fans or anything like that.
Correct. That's what the noise contour plan shows. That's my reading of it.
So I only experience noise when I'm walking towards them, walking past them, and walking away from them.
Within that noise contour.
Yes. And it'll be kind of like a hum.
Yeah.
Right. And it'll be a hum at conversational level.
Yes,
As
of
we've described it.
that sort of order, that sort of magnitude. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think the local people are more concerned about that, so I'll leave that. But I just wanted to double check the position on acoustic fencing. And then, so that's, and I'm looking at your planning balance summary table. Biodiversity net gain is next on your list. And we've agreed the percentages, both for the habitats and the hedgerows.
Yes.
And is that biodiversity net gain to be secured for the lifetime of the project? That's to say the 40 years. Or is it to be secured for a smaller period of time?
I think the intention is for it to be for the duration of the solar. Solar.
That's what I understood.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll be aware from other work you do that, I mean, in housing schemes, for example, 30 years is required. But as I understand it, I understood it from the way this case was being put, it would be there while the solar farm's there. And when it's decommissioned, there will no longer be a requirement to maintain it.
That's my understanding of the condition and the way it would work as well. But having said that, clearly that green infrastructure and biodiversity again is there. And once it's established, why would it necessarily be removed?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I mean, but as Ms. Osman-Smith has been at pains to point out, if, for example, looking at F2, the area between the panels and the road was being given over to biodiversity net gain measures, they would be maintained for the life of the project. And once the panels were taken away, the farmer, if he wanted to, could plough up the biodiversity net gain planting and crack on with wheat or oats or barley or whatever he wanted to do.
I guess that's a decision in 40 years hence.
Exactly right. So we are agreed then that the biodiversity net gain is a benefit for the life of the consent rather than an in perpetuity net gain.
I think because I would be prepared to agree that it's secured for the duration of the consent, but that it could endure beyond, but there might not be a guarantee of that.
Yeah. And landscape enhancements next on the list, the additional tree planting and hedge planting. Short of the farmer having a good reason to take out planted hedges or trees, again, you would say the same about those.
I would.
They're secured for the life of the scheme, but thereafter it's up to what the farmer does.
Correct, but again, why would you want to remove what would be an attractive field boundary?
Yes. If there was additional tree planting on existing field boundaries, I can see that they might want to remain. But for example, again, if we go back to our old friend, the northern new hedge in F2, the farmer might say, well, that's a nonsense having that hedge running down the middle of the field. I might grub that out and have the original F2 back again.
I don't want to make a big issue of it, but it's not through the middle of the field. It's actually towards the northern edge of it. So, but yes, I mean, the point remains: the farmer could, but again, that's a decision for the farmer, and who knows what our environmental net gain might be.
So that's all right. But what we're weighing in the planning balance is landscape enhancements secured for the life of the permission, and afterwards a judgment as to whether or not they're likely to remain.
It sets a framework, doesn't it, for beyond 40 years.
Okay, good. Economic benefits, I think we have discussed. Site selection, I think the difference between us comes down to the question as to whether or not the availability of a grid connection is a separate material consideration, like batteries, for example. That's right, isn't it?
I believe that's where we've got to, yes.
Now, what Mr. Stevens said was this: he has given the top end weight to a 49.9 megawatt generating scheme. If somebody came along with a proposal for a 49.9 megawatt scheme without a grid connection, how much weight would you give to the 49.9 megawatt scheme?
I think that goes back to the point as to the purpose of it, because as I said, if it were a 49.9 generator scheme for internal use, so let's say you had a very, very large warehouse, factory complex or whatever, and there wasn't the intention to export that to the grid, that would still be a sort of substantial benefit, wouldn't it? Because you're still generating renewable energy on the roof of the building, but it's not being exported to the grid.
It would, and it would be because you were generating energy to use in the very large car factory, as an alternative to importing energy for the very large car factory that might have been generated by fossil fuels. So the advantage is the same. It's replacing 49.9 megawatts worth of fossil fuel generation, which is what we're trying to do.
Yes, it would effectively substitute for that energy coming in, being imported in that regard.
So my question to you is, in those circumstances, you would still give weight to replacing fossil fuels?
Yes.
So I go back to my original question. How much weight would you give to a 49.9 megawatt scheme that wasn't on the roof of a large car factory, but was, say, on the appeal site, if there was no grid connection? You wouldn't give it any weight at all, would you? Because it just couldn't deliver what it said on the tin.
Yes, in this instance, it's there clearly to generate electricity to feed into the grid.
Yeah. Weight to improvement of soil resource. You've said there is a benefit because you won't be spraying spraying soils, and the soil will in effect for 40 years have the opportunity to breathe.
Yes.
Set off against that, there will be the disturbance to the soil during the installation phase and in the decommissioning phase, won't there? So there is something to balance.
There will be obviously construction activity which would be present on the land, but over 40 years the land would otherwise continue to be cultivated, which would still have tractors and whatever farm machinery running over it. So there have been research undertaken as to the benefits on the soil resource from resting the land, as opposed to intensive arable use and the soil structure.
Now, as I understand it, before the panels are installed, the land has to be prepared to receive the panels.
Not necessarily, as I understand it. No, I think they can be. I mean, it depends on the actual particular site. But no, the actual frames can be sort of driven into
but I thought I'd read that the fields were going to be seeded in a particular way in order to maximize their potential for sheep.
Yes.
Yeah, so there'll be some sort of preparation with the sheep seed mix sown.
In as much as any sort of pastoral activity would be, I would suggest.
Right. Okay. How will that affect the field where there is currently ridge and furrow?
That would probably need to have some form of ground engineering works undertaken to it there.
Yeah. That's code for bye-bye ridge and furrow, isn't it?
I think it's been accepted by most that yes, the ridge and furrow wouldn't survive the
process. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Don't need to ask you anything else about green infrastructure, flood risk and drainage betterment. Who are the beneficiaries of the flood risk reduction?
It would be the people and the land that would be downstream of the site.
Right, so we're not identifying any areas at the moment that flood or culverts that back up or local drainage issues that need solving. It's just a general, we will be sending less water downstream.
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean that areas that flood now will not flood in future, or is it just a general betterment point?
It's a general betterment point as far as I'm aware, sir.
Okay. In other words, it builds some more capacity into the system downstream.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Educational strategy and resource. You told us a bit more this morning. As far as I'm aware, I haven't seen any letters in the evidence from the local primary school saying this is a very good thing, we can't wait to use it.
No, I haven't seen any letters to that effect either. But I have seen an indication that they are looking for recreational opportunities, longer walks.
Yes, and I think you told us for older children.
Yes.
So in a primary school, what are we talking about? The year 5 and year 6 kids, the 9s, 10s, 11s?
I haven't seen the detail of it, but that would make sense in the context of that, wouldn't it? Yes.
And might they want to come on a weekly basis or a monthly basis or perhaps once a year in the summer? What's the sort of use of the local primary school might you think be making of this facility?
It's the opportunity to use it that the scheme presents. So whereas there isn't the opportunity at the moment in that regard, there will be in the future. To what extent they elect to use it is a decision for them. It provides an opportunity to come and hold an outdoor classroom or a picnic area, or to have an outdoor lesson in respect of looking at the interpretation boards, understanding renewable energy and ecology.
Yeah. And then lastly, penultimately, in your table, you've given heritage impact on setting of designated heritage assets. You've given that neutral weight because that's the advice you've received from Ms. Stoughton.
Correct.
And again, you've given landscape character and visual amenity limited adverse weight because that's the advice you've received from Mr. Evans.
That's correct.
And then there we have the ridge and furrow right at the bottom of the table on the next page.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. I'm going to suggest we take a short break. I'll come back with Ms. Curtis. I imagine there's been some discussion within CLAG about the extent of the issues that were raised by local residents at the start of this inquiry being brought into the questions. I've captured some of them and might pick up ones that I think still need to be got to. But where you're sitting now, Ms. Curtis, just give me a feel for times. Okay, perfect. If we come back at 10 past, it'll give us all just a short break. We can get that half an hour. I think there's probably another 20 minutes so of other stuff to deal with. We'll be somewhere around 2 o'clock. Hopefully that will work for everyone. Very good. 10 minutes, please. Well, till 1:05 on everyone's clocks and watches.
development coming forward. I think each scheme needs to be considered on its own merits. And we've explained previously about the relative scarcity of available grid connections and so forth. So as long as the cumulative effects are acceptable, I believe that the imperative that's set out in national energy policy would prevail.
And so the question I asked being, you consider that there needs to be then a 5-fold increase of solar in this specific area?
No, not in a specific area, but across the UK, sorry. Yes.
And just another point, so on the noise of the scheme, that's obviously also relevant when considering landscape harms and the application of the landscape policies. In your evidence in chief, you referred to noise from the battery charging units, battery charging of the battery stations. If we could go to chapter 6 of the environmental statement, CD 7.5, and turn to paragraph 6.5.5.
Sorry, bear with me here.
Sure. I think that's PDF page 8 of that
So I'm
chapter.
actually just trying to locate the so it was CD 7.5A, was it?
I think so. It's chapter 6.
Oh, that would explain. Thank you. Yes. Right, so I now have it open. Which was the paragraph you wanted?
6.5.5.
6.5.5.
And just looking at that paragraph, you referred to the battery stations and said that the noise from those is likely to come very early and very late in the day. We also have the inverters, and here in the noise assessment, it says that it's the inverse for the inverters, the converse, that those will be quietest at the beginning and end of the day, and they will be at the fans that make the noise will be at full speed in the middle of the day.
That's what it says at 6.5.5.
Yes, and so those are also dotted around the site, some of them near footpaths and some of them near the permissive path.
Yes, they are also located through the site. That's
So
correct.
we have beginning of the day, battery storage and low level fans, middle of the day, higher level fan noise, and end of the day, battery storage noise again.
That could come to pass in that way. It's I mean, what I would just refer you though is the couple of paragraphs above it, 6.5.3. So the noise contour plans that have been prepared, it says calculations have been prepared on the basis of all plant fully operational, which represents the likely worst case conditions during the peak daytime periods. This approach will provide an overestimate of the noise levels during the early morning and evening periods, while the solar inverters will operate at lower power. So
Yeah, but not
not
an overestimate. It doesn't say it will generate an overestimate for the middle of the day, which is when it says that they will be the noisiest.
correct. No, it doesn't say that. That's fair.
And then just moving on, another matter that features in when considering the landscape policies, but then there's obviously also specific policies, and I won't take you to them if it's not necessary, but the specific heritage policies in both local plans, obviously those unsurprisingly require protection, conservation and enhancement of heritage assets in their settings. And as I understand it, you rely on Ms. Stoughton's evidence in your application of those policies.
That's correct.
In terms of non-designated heritage assets, I think we've agreed that the proposal is going to lead to a loss of an area of ridge and furrow.
Yes.
And could I just take you to the CD 2.1, which is the joint core strategy.
Yes.
And paragraph 10.3.6, which I have unhelpfully not marked the page, so I will just have a look for it. Sorry, 10.36 is what I meant to say.
10.36.
That's PDF page 124 or page, I think it's 121 in the hard copy.
Okay, yes, I've got 10.36, that's it.
And that says protection of designated heritage assets is generally good. And then further down that paragraph, the historic assets most at risk are those that are non-designated. Although assets may be of national importance, action to protect these assets is often taken locally, including developing an understanding of their significance. Action is presently being taken by councils to better understand the issues relating to their own assets, such as the retention of local lists and surveying of ridge and furrow. Mechanisms to protect heritage assets, including non-designated assets, will be strengthened through policies in the respective Part 2 local plans. So there in that supporting text, there's a specific reference to the ridge and furrow being a type of non-designated heritage asset at risk there, isn't there?
That's what it says. So it just says mechanisms will be strengthened through policies in the respective Part 2 local plans. So it doesn't jump to a policy conclusion. It is explanatory text, but it does. You're absolutely right. It does say that.
And then in the policy that follows, BN5 1B, which deals with historic landscapes, it also specifically mentions ridge and furrow there, doesn't it?
So just looking at paragraph.
Sorry, policy BN5, so over
Yes.
the page.
Yes.
And then 1B.
Oh, B, so I thought you said D. Yeah.
No.
Significant, including historic part. It does refer to ridge and furrow, the policy there, correct? Yes.
And also just at D, generally sites of known or potential heritage significance.
That's correct. It does say that. That's right.
And then turning to the local plan Part 2.
Yes.
If you go to page 104, paragraph 10.7.3.
Okay, yes, I have it now.
Yes, and that is the precedes policy HE7, which specifically deals with non-designated heritage assets. And that paragraph says, in all cases, the effect of development proposals on the significance of non-designated heritage assets will be taken into account when determining planning applications. Where harm is caused, consideration to redesign will be expected to avoid the loss of this asset. This is especially the case in relation to historic landscape features such as ridge and furrow and medieval earthworks. So again, following on from the joint core strategy, the local plan Part 2 has again recognised the specific importance of retaining ridge and furrow.
So the explanatory text there does specifically refer to ridge and furrow at 10.7.3. Absolutely. I would comment that I have obviously factored that into my planning balance and accorded limited weight to that harm.
But you don't reference policy HE7 and you don't reference any of these specific mentions of ridge and furrow when you undertake that assessment. You only, I think, refer to paragraph 203 of the NPPF.
That is correct. I don't refer expressly to those policies.
But they are obviously relevant development plan policies for the inspector to consider.
I would agree, yes.
So moving on then, just quickly to farm diversification. I won't go to the policy itself, but the local plan obviously does support these farm diversification schemes, and you've heard from Mr. Foote that the proposed development is likely to negatively impact on his family's own farm diversification scheme, and that's a scheme that's supported by local and national policy on farm diversification, isn't it? There's not a specific conflict with the policy, but there is an impact on another scheme that has the support of those policies.
It would be, I would expect, so probably that's a decision for you to balance up as to the materiality of the effect of our proposals on an alternative farm diversification scheme.
And also on the topic of agricultural land, you've mentioned obviously these various high-level policy documents on energy security and climate change. There is obviously also the recent government food strategy, which was mentioned by Mr. Foote, and that's CD 1.28. And at page 14 of that document,
Yes, I have that.
at paragraph 1.2.1, it refers to the fact that domestic food production is a vital contributor to national resilience and food security, and that also domestic food production can reduce the offshoring of food production to countries that do not meet our high environmental and animal welfare standards, and it will also play a critical role in meeting government's carbon budgets and environmental targets, and goes on to discuss that in more detail. So, as well as the imperative to address climate change through renewable energy, there are other mechanisms, such as the maintenance of a domestic food supply, that are a matter of government policy.
I would agree with you that is true, but I would caveat my answer, if I may, please, which is that this document was published in, I think it was June 2022. And effectively, what's that now, 9 months later, in March 2023, we had the energy security plan, which I referred to earlier this morning. And in there is an express balance undertaken in terms of the deployment of solar and agriculture. And if I could just refer to that, just notice this is on page 38 of the energy security plan. We consider meeting energy security and climate change goals is urgent and of critical importance, as I noted this morning, to the country, and that these goals can be achieved together with maintaining food security for the UK. We encourage deployment of solar technology that delivers environmental benefits with consideration for ongoing food production or environmental improvement. The government will therefore not be making changes to categories of agricultural land in ways that might constrain solar development. So I absolutely accept that that's what this document in June 2022 said, but 9 months later, the government has taken that into account in looking to maximise solar deployment.
Thank you. And just wrapping up on potential harms of the development, the harms you throughout refer to those harms as temporary, but obviously some of these harms are going to be permanent, such as the harms caused by the substation and by the loss of the ridge and furrow earthworks. That will be permanent, won't it?
That is correct in both instances, yes.
And the harms that will only last for the duration of the project, Mr. Foote relies in his proof upon two appeal decisions, the Gillingham appeal decision at core document 6.10 and the Alfreton appeal decision, which he's appended to his proof, where both inspectors concluded that a 40-year time period is essentially a large period of an adult life. So when considering whether it is temporary, you should take that into account.
They do it, and I think it's fair that 40 years is a long time, but the point is it's not permanent in that regard. I mean, the substation will be, but in respect of the actual solar arrays and the solar farm, it won't be. So it's a different it's a different situation to, let's say, building a housing estate that may be there for many hundreds of years or what have you. It is temporary, but it is for a 40-year period, which I'm not for one moment suggesting is a blink of the eye, but it is nevertheless a temporary development that will have an end.
Yes, and I think we heard from one of the interested parties on Monday who's in her 20s and made reference to the fact that this scheme will still be in the area that she grew up in when she's in her 60s. So obviously a long period of time.
Yes, I mean, for 40 years, even for someone as seasoned as myself, it's still a long period of time, absolutely. But it is a temporal feature on the landscape. You know, that the landscape is a resource that has obviously some millennia of history on it, and it's part of the evolution of the landscape. But 40 years, I wouldn't disagree. It's not a short period of time.
So moving on to material considerations, which are benefits. The energy benefits, these have already been discussed, but the appellant has known that this is a matter that has been questioned by CLAG, including in the letter dated 12th of April. And you've addressed some more detail on those energy benefits today, but you've not actually put any evidence before the inspector about, for example, the panel specification improvements and the exact percentages, have you?
No, I haven't. And there's a good reason for that, sir, which is that I've alluded there that the panel specification technology has advanced significantly in the last 2 years. It will continue to do so right up until the point when the solar farm is actually commissioned. So I could produce on behalf of JBM Solar additional material, but it's a very fast-moving technology.
And we'll just have to take your word for that.
What, that it's a fast-moving technology?
That these precise numbers that you've given are the current position.
Yes, I've been cautious in my estimate there of the 49.9 megawatts in terms of the output, which is the grid connection there.
And this the evidence or lack of evidence that you've put before the inspector is a matter to which he should have regard when weighing the benefit. It's been agreed that certainly by the local authority and ourselves, that substantial weight should be attached to that benefit of renewable energy generation. And MPPF, I think it's paragraph 158, does advise that when determining planning applications for renewable and low carbon development, local planning authorities, or in this case, certainly yourself, clearly as the decision taker, should not require applicants to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy, and recognise that even small scale projects provide a valuable contribution to cutting greenhouse gas emissions. But nothing there says that you should give it substantial weight.
Not in the MPPF, it doesn't, but there have been, as I pointed out in my proof of evidence, a considerable number of appeal decisions, including by the Secretary of State, where they have considered 49.9 megawatt solar farms, have concluded that there is a generation of a similar nature and a carbon saving of a similar nature to the way that the calculation has been presented to this inquiry, and they have afforded that substantial weight.
But not entirely clear that all of these decisions had parties that were querying those figures.
That's correct. They may or may not have been querying those figures. I don't know. I can tell you in respect to the two inquiries I was at Halse and at Langford, those figures were not directly queried. However, the Secretary of State at Langford did proceed to review the evidence and to afford significant or substantial weight to that consideration.
And just looking at biodiversity net gain, So in your proof, you refer to the Halorton and Langford decisions on biodiversity net gain. And again, CLAG acknowledges that this is a matter that has been agreed by the local planning authority and the appellant, but you'll appreciate that CLAG is also a party to this appeal and has questioned the biodiversity net gain figures. So looking at the Halorton decision, CD 6.9, and obviously this is another JBM scheme. Looking at paragraphs 56 to 59, that's where biodiversity net gain is considered. And in this decision, the biodiversity net gain figures were questioned by the council. And you'll see at paragraph 58, the assessments that were undertaken, the appellant gave a figure of 92% net gain, whereas the local planning authority calculated that net gain to be 73%. And so that's quite a substantial difference, isn't it?
It's a difference. Whether it's substantial, I'm not sure I'd necessarily agree with that characterization of it. Either of those calculation figures, I would say, are substantially more than the emerging requirement for 10% that's coming through.
And in that decision, it was the lower 73% figure that was relied on by the inspector, wasn't it?
I believe it was. Let me just. I'm not sure you necessarily conclude on that actually in terms of reading paragraph 59. It's not clear actually to my mind, because as you say, the inspector notes there was a dispute between the percentage increase in habitat units. So the conclusion reached is whilst BNG will be a requirement in Environment Act 2021, the minimum requirement is currently set at 10%. Thus, even acknowledging the assessment starts from a low base in terms of the ecological value of the site, a gain of some 73% is substantial and a benefit that attracts significant weight. So I wonder if my reading of that is that the inspector may have said that even if it was the lower figure, even the lower figure is substantial and a benefit that attracts significant weight. I don't think the inspector there actually prefers that.
In the Langford decision as well, you've referred to this in your proof, and I think you've quoted it there, so probably not necessary to go to the decision itself, also partly because I have failed to write down the paragraph number, but you give a quote at paragraph 12.2.2 of your proof. And again, in that, the biodiversity net gain figures are expressly referred to as being unchallenged.
That's correct. It was unchallenged in that particular decision.
And obviously, in this case, the biodiversity net gain figures were challenged by CLAG.
Yes.
And a deliberate decision was taken by the appellant not to provide any information to substantiate those figures. I think it was referred to yesterday as something of a black box exercise.
I wouldn't necessarily accept that characterization of it. We have submitted the biodiversity net gain calculation matrices, and they were attached as an appendix to my proof. So I wouldn't agree with that characterization.
But the information that was requested went beyond those matrices, and that wasn't provided.
As a matter of fact, that wasn't provided.
And that should limit, again, the weight that the inspector should give to the biodiversity net gain figures, because essentially the issue has been left unresolved.
Suggesting. Well, the inspector has the information in front of him to be able to make a decision accordingly. I believe that the information that's been provided by our ecologists, as was explained by Mr. Fern yesterday, is robust and reliable. So I believe that there should be significant weight attached to that.
But again, you have the evidence of your ecologist, but we've seen even from the Halse decision that two different specialists can come up with figures 20% apart from each other. And there's been no ability on CLAG's part in this case to look behind any of the figures that have been provided.
I see the point that you're making there, but even at the Halse decision, when the figure was challenged, the inspector applying the lower figure said it's still a substantial benefit and should attract substantial significant weight.
Sorry, Ms. Curtis, just stop a couple of hairs running. The comment black box is attributable only to me. As you know, in round tables, I'll often summarize parties' position. So I don't think it wasn't a statement by the appellant side that it's a black box calculation.
No, sorry, I wasn't.
It's a risky
suggesting
hair
that.
to set running that I didn't want to go. Sorry to interrupt.
In terms of the community area, I think Mr. Richards has already addressed some potential limits to the usage of that community area. In addition to the fact you've only identified one school, it's also the case that there's a vast mass of the community here living in the villages around who have objected to these proposals.
Yes.
I think the figures that were given by an interested party councillor on Tuesday were that 1,000 people objected to the proposal and there were 200 levels of objection, which is quite considerable given the scale of the villages themselves.
If that's what the figures are, I've got no reason to dispute those figures.
And obviously the picnic area is going to be adjacent to fencing and security cameras and the 3-meter high solar panels.
Well, it's going to be in the vicinity of them, but in a way that's part of it. It's being up close and personal to a solar farm, a renewable energy generation facility, in part, but it's also close to the biodiversity features, and it's an opportunity that's provided there for people to stop, read the interpretation boards, and familiarise themselves with the issues that we face as a country.
But no particular support has been expressed for the proposed community area by any members of the community.
I haven't heard any during the course of this public inquiry, and it's a resource, it's an opportunity that's there, and that will be provided.
And just another issue with the community area. So you mentioned a school that's about 1.3 kilometres away, I think. Other than that school, it's quite likely that if other schools come on a school trip to this area, they're going to have to drive there, aren't they?
I think it would be, yes, I think that's probably fair comment.
And there's no provision that's been made for any parking facilities by the appellant in the area?
Not in the area on the site, but there are other opportunities, as with other rural walks. It's rare in the countryside you'd necessarily get a dedicated parking area. You could find somewhere safe to park up and then explore the countryside through the public rights of way network. This would just be a amenity on a public right of way network.
But there were previous comments that were made by the local authorities highway consultant about potential risks associated with parking and vehicle movements in this particular area.
Yes, I saw those in the evidence, yes.
And no proposals by the appellant to stop this in any way? There's no way that you'd be able to stop this?
The opportunity might be there through some form of a traffic regulation order, which would obviously be dependent upon the highway authority to promote. That would seem to me to be a bit heavy-handed in a rural location like this, and probably not appropriate. I mean, people can park up and visit the public rights of way network in any event, that they can do so today. There is this facility that will be there for people to use, and so it's an opportunity. to visit the site and be educated. But the intention is that people will walk there, and because it's on the public right-of-way network.
But no way to ensure that that happens.
I don't believe that traffic management measures specifically would be appropriate in a rural location like this, as with any other access to public footpaths in the vicinity.
And just finally, to pick up on a slightly separate issue. So if you go to core document 7.3, the planning statement.
Yes.
And go to paragraph 3.7. So this is part of the description of the proposed development. And here it says that the point of connection masts will be located adjacent to an existing pylon tower.
Yes.
And then again, it's core document 9.5. Sorry, not 9.5. 9.2. And this is the appellant's statement of case. Paragraph 4.8.
Sorry, bear with me.
Sure.
9.2. Yes, I have that. So which was the paragraph?
Paragraph 4.8.
Yes.
Again, the same description, masts being located adjacent to an existing pylon tower. And even in the 9.5 statement of common ground, which was obviously signed in May, that again has a reference to connections to an existing pylon. Apologies, I'll just find the paragraph at 3.8 again.
3.8, that's right. Yes, I have it. Yes.
And you will have heard both interested persons on Monday express how they felt blindsided by the news of a new pylon, which they read in the landscape rebuttal evidence. And Mr. Ward, I think, also said that none of the local residents had thought that there would be a new pylon. And in writing, the application was always made on the basis that the substation would connect to an existing pylon. Do you agree that the description of the substation development should have been made much clearer without any mistakes in the written description when this application was going through the planning application process, consultation, etc.?
Yes, I think it's, I mean, the drawing that was submitted with the application was clear that there was to be a new pylon there, and that was always there from day one. But you're absolutely right. When you read these statements here, there's no express mention of that new pylon. And with hindsight, it could and perhaps perhaps should have been referred to explicitly there as well.
Well, not perhaps. The written description of the development should have been accurate.
It's explaining a complex scheme, and it would have been appropriate to include a reference to it there.
Well, it's not just not having a reference; it's actively saying something else. So it's a mistake that shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, it's. I think it's not clear, is it, from that in terms of the drawing. The drawing. It doesn't represent what's shown on the drawing.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a few questions. If you've got, I'm then going to come to the back and just see if there's others that haven't been captured either by Ms. Curtis or indeed perhaps by me, because I just want to clear up a couple of bits that actually some of that some of the cross-exam has raised concerns with me. The first is the red line. Didn't think I was going to be asking about the red line. But if we take I'm taking you back to Mr. Richards, the agricultural land classification, page 17 plan, and the revision O, they are not consistent. The red lines are different on those two plans. I'm happy to have an answer, but I would like an answer that explains to me which is the correct red line plan. I'm really hoping it's revision O, because the world becomes a lot more complicated if it isn't.
So my understanding is, and I'm happy for Ms. Osman-Smith to confirm, my understanding is, yes, the red line is revision O. The agricultural land report was prepared in the context of the earlier larger scheme. That would be my understanding.
Yep, I kind of understand that, but the weird thing is, and the only reason I'm really pushing it, is that there is a specific exclusion of a field in both revision O and the page 17 map. They are the same shape, yet they are not the same field that's being excluded. And that seems, well, I'm saying it seems odd. I often jump in when something is not odd, is odd, and I can't make it add up. Now, you might ask why I say it's a different field. It's actually your point. If you look at the access track, the field that's excluded on the agricultural land classification report is quite a distance southeast of the one that's excluded in the red line on revision O. It's right at the far eastern end of that field by the agricultural, sorry, you've got me doing it, Mr. Richards, the archaeological exclusion zone, and not where the river comes through or the stream runs through south of the farm.
So that was where I was struggling, and I'm grateful that your interpretation of that plan is the same as mine, with the access track striking at 90 degrees to the northeast. It is the case that area that's excluded is different to the area that's been excluded here on the revision O red line. But this is a background study report, so not the application site.
Yeah. I'm looking for assurances that we're redlining correctly now. It does lead to a certain amount of confusion that it's a bite in almost identical format, just in a different area.
Yes, I mean, I think the point is, as Mr. Burrell said, sir, this was an early sort of background document to understand the site, and a larger area is looked at than would actually be developed. But what we can see from this report, and I think that the two useful things there are the river and also the straight line access farm up to Halse farm, that they really do help interpret where the points are on the plan. Everything that is to be developed has been surveyed.
Yes.
That's the key point to take from this plan. But absolutely the red line is as per revision O.
I agree, and you'll recall that eventually I identified the field by looking at a different bite, the triangular bite in the bottom.
Yes.
Which at the end of the day was easier, because I was trying to do it with the other bite and failing spectacularly.
The other thing that I want to clear up, and it's my fault because I asked this question of Mr. Evans as well, just to clarify the markings on this revision O map. But actually, this was a question that was put to you about the acoustic fencing. I think I tried to work out what was acoustic fencing and what wasn't on the map because of the similarity of colours and use of straight lines. But if I interpret the map correctly, the only battery storage facility with acoustic fencing is the one that doesn't have a footpath anywhere near it. Is that right?
That's correct. So that's the one in field F7.
It is in field F7. It seems a considerable distance to the nearest receptor in terms of the house for the scale of noise that's associated. So I'm interested in whether that's a drafting issue, that there should have been green around all of them, Because I need to understand that in terms of the expectations of what they would look like in the longer term, because there's a difference between unacoustic fence and an acoustic fence. So I'm interested in your view. If there's a clear and logical reason, I am more than happy to hear it, but it's an interesting situation at the moment.
Actually, so if I could just correct my my answer I gave you a moment ago, just looking at the pan in front of me now, there's also an acoustic barrier around the F6 as well, on the other side of that access track, on the west side of the access track opposite F7, if you see that, sir.
Sorry, help me out there.
Parcel F6.
Yes.
There's an acoustic barrier around the facility that's shown by the access track there between F6 and F7 as well.
I think that's the one I'm referring to.
That's the one. That's the only one.
No, there's two, sir.
Container, and then there's a smaller container as well on the other side of the track from the one I
The
think you're looking
spares
at.
container also has an acoustic fence. But that's related to an access track that's internal and not permissive and open to access for the general public. All right, so two occurrences of acoustic fencing, neither of which is associated with the likely routes of pedestrians and public through the site. Is that right?
I'm just looking, sir, at the ES noise chapter that was helpfully referred to earlier.
Yep.
And says at 6.6.1, mitigation measures for the DC to DC converters around the site and battery stations, inverters adjacent to Copse Lodge have been incorporated into the design of the proposed development, which seeks to ensure any adverse noise impacts at the surrounding noise sensitive receptors are minimised.
Right, so they're in place for Copse Lodge.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? Okay. Okay, now forgive me, Mr. Burrow, because I jump around a little because a lot of my questions have get picked up in cross-exam. Parking issues dealt with. Within a number of written submissions I've had, Mr. Ward's included, there was concern about a builder's site and builder's yard and a builder's potential waste pile. I'm sure that there's been discussions going on in the background, it might be there's a condition coming forward to deal with it. But rather than leave it completely, I'm quite happy for you to nod and say we've dealt with it and there's a condition or something similar, or even give me a fuller answer as to the situation with that.
There is a condition, sir, on the condition schedule which deals with any contamination found shall be decommissioned or something. Can I just get the?
Well, yeah, although that's not quite the point I was going to. This was about the active use of the site as a builder's yard next to or nearby to the community area, and the fact that part of that could be contaminated. I certainly would hope there's a contaminated land condition going forward on that basis, but the rest of it, builder's yard activity, etc.
Yes, so the appellant's intention is to have those sites cleared before the construction of the solar farm commences.
Okay, and you're content that will be picked up in condition? Obviously, I haven't had a chance to read through them, having only got them this morning.
Yes, sir, we can pick that up through a condition. Yeah.
That's fine. Now, this was touched on, I think quite correctly by Mr. Richards, asking about whether the battery storage was to operate as a battery storage facility or as a component of the solar farm. Your answer was it could accept energy, but it wouldn't make financial sense because the operator would be paying to import the energy as opposed to utilizing it to balance and export more to the grid.
That's correct. So that's my understanding.
battery storage facilities work on the basis of low cost energy overnight and then releasing it in peak periods. So there is even standalone battery energy facilities have a viability. Is there anything you can point me to in terms of how these have been sized, the number of battery units that associate it with the scheme as opposed to being a standalone battery system?
I don't have the answer to that, sir, in terms of the specific sizing of the battery facilities on the site. Perhaps I didn't explain myself very well, sir, but you're absolutely right. The point is that the batteries would have the capability to accept electricity from the grid, and you're right, it would be cheaper at an off-peak rate, shall we say. My point was that it's still more expensive than the electricity that would actually be generated on the site from the solar panels themselves. So there would be a preference to actually store the energy generated from the solar farm and then release that rather than import lower cost electricity from the grid. If that makes sense, sir.
It's not a point I need to take very far, but it's just one of those unconnected points for me at the moment about the functioning of this solar farm as set out to you by your clients is peak midday energy production would be feeding into the batteries to then respond at peak output times requirements of the grid.
Which could either be the following evening or the following morning, sir. Yes.
Okay. As I say, jumps all over the place, don't worry. We did have an issue raised on day one, which although would have formed part of the transport statement and the Highways Authority's review of that transport statement, was given a further component, I think it's Ms. Murphy, of the fact that for horse riders and pedestrians, horse riders in particular, the loss of the bridleways to the north has increased the use of the roads to the south. Now, you'll have heard that, and you'll have also been involved in some of the other concerns that came through but haven't been reflected in so much detail regarding the movement of HGVs to and from the site. And I'm sure you've had a chance to sort of review that from a third-party concern point of view. Is there anything you want to pick up on that point that came through on Monday or generally on the construction traffic implications of the scheme?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I had a look again at the ES Transport and Access chapter and paragraph for your notes, 5.4.12 notes that during the peak construction activities, there's likely to be 6 HGV deliveries. So that's 1 in, 1 out. So that's 12 movements per day, sir. And on top of that, an additional 10 to 15 light vehicle movements. That's 10 or 15 in and then 10 or 15 back out again. So it is a construction period of 6 to 9 months overall. And obviously there'll be peaks and quieter periods in terms of delivery vehicles. But that is that is a consideration to weigh in the balance there. But those movements are I mean, if you look at 6 HGV movements in and out, that's about what's that one movement over 12-hour period, an hour, perhaps 1.5 movements. Therefore, on average over a working day, perhaps that sort of order. It'll be incumbent through the construction traffic management plan to ensure that the construction activities are undertaken in a responsible manner and subject to normal road, as was pointed out, the highway code. I mean, that is the rules of the road, which all traffic, whether it be construction traffic, agricultural traffic, or domestic traffic, has to adhere to.
Thank you. You said a couple of times in cross-examination that you were being conservative with your view of 49.9 megawatts output from the site. I mean, there's a couple of controls on 49.9 megawatts, not least if you believe that there's a greater output of the site, you're not in the right planning regime. The other, of course, is you've probably got a contract with the grid for 49.9 inputs. So I wasn't quite sure what you meant about being conservative with that figure. I can understand that that's a peak figure and that you could have been conservative in what your underlying potential output was, but I don't think you can extend beyond it, can you?
No, so that's fair. That's fair comment. The reason why I said conservative was it more, I suppose, in terms of the load factor that was applicable there, because the load factor could be more efficient with the more efficient panels effectively coming forward.
And that's where you would uplift from 10.6 to 14.4 and consequently be able to demonstrate, in your view,
That's correct, sir.
higher CO2 saving, higher energy use. Obviously, the CPRE brought to me an alternative calculation methodology, Mr. Skittrell, on Monday. We haven't picked that up. There's been some discussion about Mrs. Dobson's, but anything you wanted to say about the CPRE approaches that were put to you?
I haven't looked at those in detail, I'm afraid, sir, to be able to comment on at the moment. Is that in respect of the energy or in respect of agricultural land policy?
No, it's about energy.
Energy. Okay.
CPRE say they now calculate in a different way. If it helps, it was ID 13.
I wonder if I was the only one in our team who had a copy of that and failed to share it. So just see if I can find that.
I will be fair, it's not a approach that I've seen before, but Mr. Skittrell introduced it. I think his conclusion was that there's a differential that has to be brought between households supplied and an acceptance that electricity is not the sole energy that supplies household. And
Yes.
claims of offsetting 12,000 households can be overestimating their true energy supply, but it also went a little bit further in terms of the direct calculation that he was proposing.
So I've got that now. If I can hand that to Mr. Burrell, and I will just say there is some green underlining on page 3 on the second paragraph that has nothing to do with the question you're asking.
Okay. It's page 2 where he says the formula we use. And he comes up with a figure about half of yours.
To be fair, he then goes on to say these benefits are not insignificant. So
You're batting for the other side briefly, Mr. Richards. I'm very grateful to my learned friend. Actually, looking at the figure that the formula that he's got there, the difference again comes down to the tons saved CO2 per megawatt hour, because the other factors there look similar to the ones that I've included in my calculation. So I think it comes back to this point, so about the amount of carbon in the electricity mix, if you like, which is the point I think that Mrs. Dobson was making as well, which is that I've applied the decarbonisation of the energy mix in taking into account the fossil fuels that we're trying to displace, and this figure of 0.235, I think, is more aligned to the overall energy mix.
The average energy mix, yeah.
Which is, so bear with me. Oh, it's not quite actually. The carbon dioxide emissions for all sources of electricity in 2021 was actually 254 tons per gigawatt hours of electricity. So it's lower even than that. So I don't know how that figure's actually been derived. So
Thank you. Ms Osmond Smith, I'm just going to see if there's any other questions that I haven't captured from that discussion. So I want to give you the best opportunity to re-examine if you wish to. Are there any other questions that can come up? Right, I've got potentially 3. Okay. Who wants to go first? Someone will have to come forward. Mr. Dobson, if you want to come forward. I'm really.
Okay. I wanted to clarify from the other day when I mentioned 320 acres. Forgive me, I'm a citizen, and there's been a lot of paperwork, lots and lots of pages. The scheme did start as a screening as 320 acres.
Yes.
And has subsequently gone through 2 reductions. But we've still got the same benefit in terms of the output from the scheme. So you can understand, okay, I'm an engineer, but many of my fellow neighbours, you know, we can work out, well, hang on, we've got to be sceptical because, you know, energy can't be created. So it has to come from, you know, make the place smaller, you've got to get less. So that's why we're sceptical. And I've also read EN3 and the ranges in terms of megawatts. However, each scheme, you know, has to be designed and validated because no one's going to invest in it unless it can actually generate what's required. And other schemes do this, but I don't think that the JVM ones necessarily do. So sometimes it's shown on the site drawing, the number of panels, you know, the wattage per panels. I don't yet feel satisfied that we've substantiated the size of the scheme. Could you do that for me?
So in terms of the size of schemes, I was explaining, because the technology keeps changing, so the inverters performance, the solar panels performance, and it's subject to sort of detailed site optimization by my clients. My clients are sensitive to releasing that information because they see it as commercially sensitive. And that there's the site optimization and how they actually go about it as a business is something that they don't wish to put into the public domain to that degree of detail. From my perspective as a planner, as I say, because the technology is moving forward and we've got 2 years for the grid connection offer, the technology will, I'm sure, continue to evolve. And it'll be at the point, so when they actually buy effectively and source the solar panels, that's when it'll be fixed then.
Is it commercially available at this time, that technology? At this time?
I'm told that that's the panel that they're working to at the moment, is at 570 watts capacity.
Okay. So you mentioned a higher wattage panel. Do you mean more efficient? Do you mean 25% more efficient? Or do you mean 25% broadly more, or 27% more watts out of the panel?
I think it's deriving more power from the panel. Would be that's what in my terms are
Okay.
more efficient.
Is that panel the same size?
It would be within the same size parameters. As to whether it's the same size as the 450 watt panel that was appraised previously, I'm not in a position to answer that question, but it would be within the size parameters that we've established for the solar arrays.
Okay, because being a boring person, earlier this year, I counted panels, which I'll come on to, and I also did a surface area. It's a bit ambiguous on the map, the drawing of the panels, which we talked about being slightly, they're fixed, I understand, and the angles can change within certain parameters. But I took that to try and verify my calculation, and actually got to slightly lower numbers. My ruler wasn't accurate enough to work that through, and got somewhere between 35 and 37.5 megawatts with a 450 watt panel of that size. It's just that looking, when you mentioned 570 watts the other day, looking at what's currently commercially available, they are roughly 25% larger. The efficiency of these panels is almost flat. So my work's in technology innovation and technology roadmaps. And the roadmap is pretty much flat for all technologies. So I don't know, maybe, and your client doesn't want to disclose, maybe they're changing technologies. But if you stay with, so with current panels and the higher wattage panels, they are larger, and the ratios of that. So a commercially available Sharp 570 watt panel, if you divide it by its surface area, which is 2.58 meter squared, gives you an efficiency of 0.22. And that's actually quite helpful. 0.22 is actually 0.22 kilowatts per meter squared. The 450 watt panel has an area of 2.07. I mean, I know there's variants that they're all a bit different. That gives you an efficiency of 21.7 watts. And you'd expect with scale to get slightly more efficiency, a little bit. But my point is...
Yes, I need to lead to your question somehow.
My point is, I would ask the inspector to verify if the efficiency, wattage efficiency, is increasing in the same surface area, because the surface area of this scheme as drawn is fixed. It's a finite area of panels. So if the panel is, as they are commercially available today at 570 watts, bigger, then we'd have fewer panels.
Right. So the question actually is Mr. Roll, do you know if the purported efficiency gains, 25%, that you reflected directly to Mr. Richards as being offsetting the 25% reduction in land area between the two schemes, is that coming as a benefit from a larger panel, or is that coming from the same size panel? The implications are that a larger panel might not fit within the parameters of being only 3 meters high.
Or you'd have fewer, and the actual energy per surface area is negligibly different.
Yeah, you might have fewer, but then you wouldn't get the 25% gains. I don't know if that's within your skill set, Mr. Burrell. I'm not going to send I'm not going to send the appellants away to necessarily resolve that unless Ms. Osman-Smith can magically find the reference that's somewhere within the documentation. But I'll give you a chance to pick up on that question. Are these panels to be greater output of greater size?
I'll take that away, sir.
Well, no, I didn't mean you could take it away. Was going to give you a chance to answer it as best perhaps you could in terms of the discussion that you've had. But I don't think I've got anything in evidence that says they were 450, they're now 5.
There was evidence to that effect, sir, and I'm afraid I am unable to give you an accurate answer to that question here and now. I would need to consult with my client on that.
It is true that, having done a number of these schemes, generally what's drawn on the landscape plan is about landscape, not about specific panels and panel positions, because they respond to much more detailed assessment of the site and of the radiation expected to be received on that site, etc. Usually a condition of some sort that says we'll have a final layout plan. I'm not sure if there is in this, because I had a quick look and I think there's a final landscape elements, but not necessarily panels.
Yes, but we did some further work this morning on it. So you were on the versions you were given this morning, but we'll have a look.
Okay.
So I think the straightforward point is this. I mean, we'll get to the bottom of it. I will ask the question of my client, who is, of course, expertly placed to answer it. Slight difficulty with things coming up for the first time in questions, but that's fine. Understand that, and we'll, if I may, I will respond on Monday with as clear an answer as I can give to you.
Yeah.
We've got the parameters because that's what's being assessed. So whatever happens, the panels are not go bigger and bolder than what we've got already in the plans that are to be complied with in a general accordance sort of a way, because they are candidate models. But I will come back with an answer to that. Of course, it's in the appellant's and everyone's interest that that grid connection opportunity is maximised. So.
So Mr. Dobson, I don't know, you're going to get an exact answer to what was a fairly technical question, but the implications for the scheme are this site has a parameter element. That's what they can fit on that red line, and what, in agreement with perhaps a condition that's nearly completed, would be with the council as to an acceptable layout of panels.
Yeah, I mean, just for your note, our attempt is on our list, council's comments 9.6. At what would be a new condition 5. We may not have captured it properly, but
No,
we are alive to the fact that the final details of many things, including the panels, are yet fixed.
The related question to that, which is the number of panels. I get it's a landscape scheme, but it should be representative. And do you know how many panels there are on that current modelling?
I don't know the answer to that, I'm afraid, no. I don't.
Okay. I know I gave a number which was approximate, but of course that I think.
yeah,
part of that as
I
well.
mean, they're only at best indicative, those
Yes.
grey lines across a page.
Okay. I just want to clarify one point. You said that in winter, earlier in discussion, you said in winter, battery storage allows you to maximise generation. Do you mean generation?
Not generation, that's just quite a word, is it? I suppose it's not maximised generation, but in terms of the generation that is being brought forward from the solar farm, it can go into the battery storage facilities it's in the summer. It's in the summer.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking not the winter. Apologies. That's mine.
I just the point is that I would assert that electricity coming in from elsewhere at night time doesn't count as generation. It's just a point, and I think we get that. Just onto the benefits, in terms of number of homes and carbon savings. You used the energy mix in the March 2022 document. Why we moved now up to the fossil fuel comparison instead to estimate carbon savings?
I thought that was a more appropriate measure when I was looking at the doing the calculations for evidence.
Okay. It's different to.
It is different, yes. No, that was my own personal interpretation.
I apologise back a little bit on energy, on panel efficiency again. The load factor in the Duke's table, looking at it, I mean, I know there's an issue with grid efficiency and that's being consulted on at the moment, but load factor is as much about the grid efficiency as or even more about grid efficiency as the panel efficiency. Is that fair?
I think it's a contributing factor to it. Yes, I'd agree.
Okay. One last comment, and I don't know if it's a question to you, Paul, apologise, but it's on the appellant side and it was raised this morning by yourself on the energy white paper, which is a great document which was produced by the government last year. I know it's last year. And you showed us the intro on page 2. There's no reference of solar on page 2 of that document, the white paper.
You mean the ministerial forward?
Yeah, the ministerial forward, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I'd also point to page 12, which is the 10-point plan, where there is also no mention of solar in this kind of solar scheme.
Okay, okay. I mean, they're slightly
Yes.
statements, but you're feeling that there's more within that energy white paper that I should be aware of.
Yeah, and
Okay.
the page 12 and page 58 show the key commitments.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I don't think there was a question in that as such.
Yeah.
Miss Daniels.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. One of my first points is going back to, you talked about the diversification scheme that Marston St Lawrence Estate have and how important this solar is to their diversification. On the point of that farm diversification, the estate already has a number of successful diversifications, including the anaerobic digester, rental properties, winter holidays for polo ponies, where they offer livery on many polo ponies, and a growing equine business. There's scope for many more, such as currently empty properties, have been empty for some years now, without tenants, which do not have a negative impact like the solar farm does. Moreover, the South North Council local plan policy, EMP6, on farm diversification states that diversification is acceptable provided that A, it does not prejudice the viability of the existing use, and B, is compatible with its setting. For reasons above, I would agree that it fails both of those tests.
Okay, well, we're back into statements rather than questions.
Yes.
You know, we're in that part of the inquiry where
Yes.
I would really like questions. from Mr.
Okay, so
Mr.
my question would be, have you walked the footpath from Greatworth down to the community garden?
Personally, I haven't. I've walked the footpaths on the site, but not from Greatworth down to the
Okay.
site.
It's taken you through two fields that have got horses or cows in. Now, from a health and safety point of view, I should imagine two teachers aren't prepared to take multiple horses, multiple children through such fields. And there is no other alternative footpath from the village down there. Also, it should be noted that in the past, the Greatworth School has been offered the facility to use the Wards Field and Railway, which is very close to the community garden. And the school said it was too far away. So, and then the second thing for me of more concern is around the substation and the emergence of the new pylon.
Right, which Ms. Curtis did ask quite a lot of
Yes,
questions
yes, yes.
on.
I'd like to know about what's, because I feel that the whole statement and proposal has neglected to fully address the substation's screening, noise. There's no acoustic fencing around the substation, which could potentially be whirring away, as you say, 350 days a year, 24 hours a day, especially if it's going to be used as a download facility.
Okay, so I'll have a stab at a question. Okay, Mr. Burrell, noise associated with the substation. What position has the appellants taken? What position can you give to the inquiry as to how they've addressed those matters?
Okay, so the substation was assessed as part of the ES, and that did look at noise
Dark red.
associated with it. That has been considered and explicitly so in the application documentation. There has been consideration of the landscape and visual impacts, which Mr. Evans was referring to when he gave evidence.
Okay,
Yes,
could you
they-
just reiterate that to me then?
No,
Please.
because that was Mr. Evans' evidence just yesterday and the day before. I'm losing
But
track
what are
now.
the mitigation factors that they're proposing?
They're
Sorry, I
on-
missed that.
They're on revision O.
But the bridle path, the footpath that I'm referring to that comes through the grass fields emerges out of the corner of that manor wood, and you look to your left and there's no screening whatsoever on revision
Okay,
O.
well, I'm doing a site visit, so I have the
Okay.
opportunity to look at
Okay, if you could bear
how
that in
revision
mind.
O is proposed to
And then
deal with that. But the answer that we have from Mr. Burrell on in terms of noise is that it has been addressed in the ES. I will obviously review that.
I don't see any solar acoustic fencing around there.
No, I don't think any, I asked where it was and I haven't had.
No. Okay,
substation is
as
set.
long as we're in an agreement that that is actually the case. And my final point relates to the decommissioning of the solar farm. I don't see any provisions. What are your provisions for decommissioning within the?
It's within the
Statements.
conditions.
Oh, okay, so it's within the conditions. yeah.
Rather than put Mr. Burrow on the spot, it's in
Okay,
conditions.
because
Sorry,
my,
just because I've been there with a few solar farms,
Okay.
I know where it goes.
So a member of my family who is a farmer has a solar farm, and within his agreement, it allows for an annual financial contribution to be ring fenced in a separate bank account.
Yep, all done in different
Particularly-
ways,
Oh,
have
so-
been done at different times in different ways, bonds, etc.
Okay.
It's up to the council really to have taken forward that issue. We've got the condition, I think.
Okay,
I don't think we've got a bond involved.
We
Mr.
don't.
Richards, not having read all the conditions.
okay, so they're all in the condition.
They have all been done in different ways, but
Okay,
they tend to be done through condition now that's enforceable by the council.
thank you.
Thank you very
They're
much.
my questions.
Thank you. Mrs. Kibble. I will be trying to keep you to questions if I can. I'm just conscious of where we're at in the formal part of this process.
Hello. Just benefits again, B and G. I think we've established it's, well, from our perspective, not agreed and not as high, shall we say. But I just wanted to ask your opinion on what the committee said in their final report. Their summary, whilst not delving too deeply into it, my understanding of it was that they could all be achieved through an agri-environmental scheme. Just wondered your opinion on that.
They could all be achieved through what?
All the sort of BNG benefits could be achieved through an alternative agricultural environmental scheme.
Do you have a reference in, I presume it's the committee report.
Sorry, I don't.
So okay, it's all right. We'll just try and help everyone. So it's 7.26. Too many.
Unfortunately, there's no page number, sir, but I'm just see ecology is starting on 8.89.
Yeah.
Report, policy context. Assessment.
It is worth saying that that was the committee report. And that we've subsequently had a position of Mr. Stevens in relation to biodiversity net gain as to the weight that the council are now aligning with it.
Just to, I'm only really quickly reading this, so, but in terms of paragraph 8.101, the council's ecologist comment summarised below. Despite the limitations of the surveys identified above in general, the outlined mitigation for protected species and habitats within the environmental statement of penalties is appropriate. The construction environment management plan and the landscape and ecological management plan proposed in the ES will give an opportunity pre-commencement to ensure surveys are updated where necessary. And that's what Mr. Byrne, I think, was explaining yesterday, and mitigation measures detailed appropriately. If these mitigation measures are carried out fully and successfully, then the development proposals are not thought to have a significant impact on protected species or habitats. If permission is granted for this development, in order to ensure impacts are minimised, then the mitigation and biodiversity enhancement measures, including the S and appendices, should be included in a suitably worded condition. So was that the?
Right, I actually think it's probably in 10.1.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry,
It-
I should have.
Second bullet, 10.1 is, I think, perhaps what Mr. Kibble was referring to.
Oh, sorry, I see. Yes, sorry. This is to be given moderate weight as all developments should achieve a biodiversity net gain, and the development is not the only means of achieving it in this instance. Well, I've seen no alternative proposals that could come forward to deliver a biodiversity net gain of that magnitude. And I don't think there's been any proposals put before the inquiry.
It goes to how much weight can be given to biodiversity net gain. In the council officer report, they suggest medium. Mr. Stevens is,
It's
I think, medium. I'm trying to remember. Sorry, I've heard too much this morning. Is significant, yeah. So there is a difference, and I'll have a look at why the difference is there.
just with regard to noise and tranquility, I mean, I can quote a appeal where it was rejected, and should I note that now with the Alfreton appeal?
Sorry, you can't quote an appeal where it was.
It just refers specifically to the noise and the visitor experience. And I just wanted to know, you know, they put 62 decibels at 10 meters. Is that your?
That sounds similar to what the noise assessment has.
Okay,
concluded
so
here.
in this instance, then that was deemed to have a humming noise during operation, and it was going to impact the visitor experience.
All right, the question possibly falls to Mr. Burrell. If you were taken to the Alfreton appeal decision, is it in evidence? That one?
It is, yeah. Do you want me to? I could read the core number.
No,
on that one.
Mr. Burrell
okay.
needs to see it if you're going to ask him
Yeah.
questions about it.
Sorry.
That's why I'm asking whether it's called.
No, it's not a core document.
It-
Where it appears is in Mr. Foot's appendices.
Ah,
It
thank
was
you.
part of his evidence.
It
Oh.
was in,
Sorry. It's got a CD 9.14B.
I think that's Mr. Foot's proof of
Okay,
evidence.
okay, so,
Yeah.
right, okay, so that's,
We've got a core
Sorry.
document series, which is just appeal decisions, and it doesn't appear in there, but it
No.
does appear in the core document library because it's in Mr. Foot's evidence. So
Right.
that's where Mr. Burrell will find it when he's looking for it.
I have it on my screen now, thank you.
Thank you.
Which paragraph number was it?
it's on page 7, figure 28. I suppose my question, this is obviously noted an impact on visitor experience and the humming, and that's just from inverters. This scheme did not have any batteries, so that is over and above. And I've got
So are we on para 48? Or that's the only point where, sorry, that flagged up as noise when I was searching, so. I just want to make sure that Mr. Burrell, because the question that's going to be put to him is, do you have any comment on the fact that inspectors in those affecting that decision found there to be a potential for X or Y? You're saying harm. I haven't read that little bit just at the moment. He needs to be able to read it. I don't think it is 48. Thank you very much.
28.
Because I have finally just read 48. Paragraph 28, thank you.
Yes, I read what's said there, that the inverter would be positioned humming noise in operation. That's what our ES has assessed as well. At several locations, is close to public footpaths where the noise, especially when the inverters are under load, for instance, in sunny weather, which is what we've been saying as well, would add to the visual impact of the panels and the visitor experience. So it is a factor to take into consideration.
And with the cooling on top, the battery fans, does that make it 80, 90? Could you quantify that?
That's where the noise assessment has actually looked at as I read out earlier, in terms of it's looked at all of those mechanical noises in combination.
Right.
And that's the noise assessment that's been undertaken by that noise contour map, and that's the one that indicates that I think it was 63 decibels on the public rights of way.
Okay. And in terms of operation, I think is it affected by any of the ambient temperature, or is it purely the operation of the batteries?
I think the ambient temperature will have a role to play as well in terms of the operation of the batteries in particular.
So if the battery is full and it's running all, could it be running all night cooling?
Well, we're probably getting into the more technical detail than Mr. Burrell has, but that's absolutely the detail that the noise consultants would have had to look at. And there is a noise report that deals with those implications and has produced noise contours, which is obviously where some of the discussion has come about the relations. I will have to look at those.
Okay, I think I was just to understand which times of the day it would be more significant. Obviously, I'm a dog walker, so it would be mornings, it would be evenings. In the summer, it would, if it's more frequent, you walk your dog later. That's.
I understand the point about the, as I say, it's not a constant noise, but it has been assessed in the S chapter.
And I suppose the only other, I appreciate there was a noise survey. Does that take into account the bulb position? Because
yes,
when in earlier evidence, Mr. Evans, the wind does impact noise a great deal. When you're in the bowl, there is no sort of disguising of any noise.
The baseline assessment will have been measured in terms of the noise characteristics on the site.
Yes, so that will be actual measurements taken on the site.
Just my last point. You talked about farming and high intensive farming regime and how beneficial it will be not to be in that. I don't think it. I just want to repeat again that at least a third of this scheme is in very low input farming. It's grazing. There is no real benefit from. You could actually argue there's an adverse from it. I presume you'll still be spraying under the panels.
That would be established in the landscape and ecological management plan, the degree of control of weeds and so forth.
Yeah.
So
there are elements of movement with the mowing, and there will be spraying in terms of management. Potentially.
Well, potentially.
Just controlling weeds.
Not defined yet. That's something the council will agree in terms of the landscape ecological management plan.
Okay, that's it. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask Ms. Osman-Smith if she's got any re-examination she wants to pick up.
So yes, just a few questions, if I may. I'm not going to go back on that last question because Mr. Fern gave his evidence yesterday in respect of land management and the benefits of reducing that agricultural management. So this isn't the witness for that. But just on noise, please, Mr. Burrell, did the council ever require an assessment or noise mitigation specifically relating to footpath users?
No, they didn't.
Was any issue taken through the process of the application or in the committee report that noise impact on footpath users should give rise to a reason for refusal?
Not for a reason for refusal, no.
And insofar as noise impact on receptors are concerned, is there any objection on that basis subject to the mitigation that's set out on the proposed layout plan?
No, there isn't, and that's confirmed in the statement of common ground.
As to BNG, some doubts over the calculation of BNG. In respect of what's been provided, that is the baseline ecological surveys, habitat mapping, and the BNG calculation, does that differ, Mr. Burrell, to what's provided as evidence for BNG in other schemes, appeals, developments that you're involved in?
No, that's entirely consistent with the information we've provided elsewhere.
Have you seen any other figure or expert evidence given as to BNG and the fact that it should be lower, which is CLAG's position?
No, I have not.
And as to the weight to be given to this project, you drew attention to paragraph 158 of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Yes.
And what you said at 158A was that applicants shouldn't be required to demonstrate the overall need for renewable or low carbon energy and recognise even small scale projects provide a valuable contribution to cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Is this a small scale project?
No, it's not.
How does it measure up to or those projects which the government has defined as nationally significant?
It's right on the cusp of being a nationally significant project.
Ridge and Furrow, you recall you had some questions about that and its mentions in the development plan. Has the scheme been refused on the basis of any development plan policy concerning Ridge and Furrow?
No, it has not.
And when you look at policy HE7, which is core document 3.1 on page 104, remember you went there.
Bear with me. Is core document 3.1 the local plan?
Yes,
Yes. And it was
page 104.
page 104.
So you went here in the context of Ridge and Furrow,
Yes,
HE7 non-designated heritage assets.
yes.
And it was said that you hadn't referred to this policy and you accepted you haven't. Just looking at that policy and part 2 of that policy, what it requires in respect of full or partial loss of non-designated heritage assets.
Sorry, my computer's just gone and scrambled when I turn over the page.
Do you want a copy of it brought to you?
It's just come back,
Right.
back online, sorry. Yes, but so over the page, yeah.
Yeah, so can you see part 2 of that policy?
Yes, the council seeks to preserve or enhance that one.
Which policy are you on?
Oh, that's policy HE6. Sorry, my computer's playing. I know my computer's given up the ghost. Can I have a hard copy?
Yes, you can. You want to just take this one? Yeah, it's clean.
Have it in front of me now.
You have it, good. Non-designated heritage assets, Ridge and Furrow, and when we're dealing with the partial or full loss, you see part 2 of policy HE7.
Yes.
What does that require? What's the exercise?
Proposals involving the full or partial loss of a non-designated asset should balance the scale of any harm or loss that is caused and the significance of the heritage asset against any benefits.
Yeah, you've taken or carried out an exercise pursuant to paragraph 203 of the framework in your proof of evidence.
Yes.
To what extent does that policy chime with the exercise required as part of national policy?
It's consistent with paragraph 203.
Yeah, and how does that exercise come out in respect of this scheme?
When I undertook that exercise, I've just looked at my proof. Yes, it's 12.53 in my evidence for the note. I've confirmed here, I consider the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset means that limited adverse weight should be applied to this consideration. But I have confirmed that the weight here is such that the benefits outweigh the harm. But nevertheless, it should still have a limited adverse weight attached to it.
And does that change whether you do the exercise under the National Planning Policy Framework policy or the Development Plan policy?
The effect is the same.
Mr. Richards asked you about loss of agricultural land. And we had a look at the plan, which we've been back to again. And you said it was something to be weighed in the planning balance.
Yes.
What Mr. Richards didn't ask you is, how does that weigh in the planning balance? And so I want you please to have a look at page 34 of your proof. because you deal with this at 10, 11 and 10, 12. And then your planning balance summary table, which is on page 44, you might want to put a finger in there as well.
Yep.
But first of all, on the idea that there's a loss of agricultural land, do you agree?
No, I do not agree. There's a loss.
How will the land be used?
The land will still be used for the grazing of sheep.
So this is a material consideration in the planning balance. What do you say the inspector does with it? You said neutral on page 44. How does it go into the planning balance in your view?
Yes, it should be of neutral weight. It's a consideration to factor in, but it is nevertheless of neutral weight.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Osmond, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Burrell, you may stand down. Ladies and gents, I need to say thank you very much for starving yourselves along with me to this moment, but hopefully it allows us all to get home on a Friday at a halfway reasonable time. I posed a quick question about preferences from the parties on the site visit conduct. Should it be accompanied first or unaccompanied first? I'm entirely agnostic, but I thought that the relevant consultants might have preferred one or the other in terms of either getting away or starting late. Is there any thoughts from anyone on that one?
Mrs. Stoughton and Mr. Evans are content to be there for the early start time.
And then they all escape and they don't have to come back and listen to
Yeah.
your closings. Is that
I think that's the third option.
preferred option is accompanied first? How about Ms. Curtis?
Yes, I think that's fine for the CLAG members who are going to be coming along.
Thank you very much. So the next question is who is going to come along? Because the number suddenly leapt there with Ms. Stoughton as well and potentially.
We're
others.
just,
So I need to kind of understand.
we are solely represented by Mr. Ferber.
You're Mr. Ferber. Okay. Mr. Evans and Ms. Stoughton? From CLAG?
Definitely Veronica Ward. I'm not sure if there's been enough coordination to see if anyone else wants to come. But
I'm not going to deny anyone else if they needed to be there. Let me just explain, it's not very exciting being there.
I think we're limited. We're limited to 2 cars in total anyway, between everyone for parking purposes, so it won't be too many.
Okay. All right. Well, we better understand that situation as well then. We need to just find a place to meet and then perhaps we can solve all the other problems from that point on. A time and a place to meet. People who've put together this itinerary, what's your preference? In terms of accompanied, we've got Halse Road and the road up, and we've got the Greatworth little bit and drop down to on the start of the footpath down to where the substation is, and we've got 15 that appears to have a bit of an orange line for an accompanied visit on it. So amongst those who put this together, I'm quite happy with almost any time in the morning. I was thinking of 9:30 in my head because it's about half an hour travel from wherever anyone might be staying. 9:30, but where's the best place to meet?
Yeah, Greatworth probably.
In Greatworth? Can I park somewhere in Greatworth? I've driven through. It's not obviously easy to park.
The shop.
The shop. Ms.
There's
Curtis.
a shop in the middle of the village
There is.
apparently, and that would be a good place to meet.
All right, 9:30, shop in Greatworth. We'll sort out how that works, but I think that little walk down to the Spinney's and back is not too much time. I assume that's a walk. But then I'm not quite sure how the plan was to run the T shape, the inverted T.
Yeah.
Whether that's just to reflect a drive or whether we're going to walk the Halse Road.
I think that's a drive. That's a drive.
That's a drive. And then we'll have grabbed Greatworth Manor, hopefully as a viewpoint on our first outing. So we'll then move down to the Halse Road And we'll take our second views from there and our third views from up at Ms. Grafferty Smith's property. I'm guessing she's accepted access for us to do that. And then we're all going to drive around to 15. Is that the plan?
I think there is, I've got in my email inbox an updated plan, which does.
Oh, yes, someone said there was some revisions, yes.
Yeah, that it does include an additional drive north from Greatworth. So I'm not sure how that will be.
I don't think that needs to be accompanied probably, does it? That's just to make sure I've been there.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I think it's currently in orange on the map, but no, it doesn't have to be.
Okay. Okay, 9:30, we'll see how long it takes to get through. Principle is that we'll meet here at 2.
If you're not here, we'll wait.
And if I'm not here, you know, I'm somewhere between.
We won't start without you.
I'm hoping that the thunderstorms that are threatened at times over the weekend don't appear on Monday. I think the forecast is better for then. Okay, so are we happy? 9:30, I'll be meeting shop in Greatworth. We'll be including some visits to properties in the first 2 outings there, and then possibly the long view from 15 with all parties involved. I will then release you back into the wild and I will go and do the yellow route to complete.
Okay.
Back here for 2 o'clock. Very good. I think we all need to go and get something to eat and go home. Thank you all for your time this week. I do appreciate that. Look forward to seeing those. I will see site visit on Monday and anyone else at 2 o'clock here for discussion on conditions. I'm going to obviously be working with not the very latest versions from the sounds of it, but with the council's comments on a version. Discussion on conditions and closing statements.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Will we? Yes. Oh.
Right. Oh, right. Well volunteered.
And I will be joining you at 2 o'clock.
On Monday.
For the conditions.
Okay, you're going to help with our assessment. That's very good, because it's always helpful to have someone actually from the team when we come down to the condition.
I apologise to you, I due to other work commitments, I hadn't showed my face previously.